just says that it's a 5% for management, 30 cents per foot for reserves for replacement, and then their actual fixed and variable expenses are 7,000. 5% for management.
I think we're okay.
Okay, 821 for fixed expenses and variables 21,365. Total expenses is about $35,000. Net operating income is $36,294. That's just their gross income minus their expenses. The cap rate buildup that they used is 11.46. So giving an indicated value of $316,700. And then there is a rent loss calculation. And, okay. So they're including the cost of build out and leasing in this, which is about $5,368 for build out and $2,262 for leasing expenses. And that gives they're using an 11% discount rate to cap rate basically for an income value of $299,237. And then what follows after that is the rent roll. Let's see here. Rent roll.
I have the rip roll on the board. If y'all just turn sideways, I don't know if y'all flipped it or not.
This just reflects the same data that we already read. Yeah, this is the same stuff. Okay, that's the evidence that they've submitted. All right.
Next to the airport.
What's that?
They're next to the airport.
Oh, okay.
Exactly where they are.
Yes, I'm probably just
White
Usually
brick building,
my kind of-
tiny little apartment.
yeah. This
Right,
is
close to the airport.
Redfish Run Apartments.
Okay.
So we have it at 7,456 square feet. So this is account 56154. So it's Redfish Run Apartments next to the airport. 2020 market value was 462,930. So that was last year. It was 462,000. This year it was noticed at 323,000. The reason is all of our apartments were moved to income, and this was an apartment whose value went down as a result. Pretty significant reduction on that. The income calculation worksheet shows the relevant stuff that we were using. They're doing their rent on a per square foot per year basis, which is a little bit different than doing it by number of units. I don't actually know. I don't think I've ever seen anybody do an apartment on per square foot per year. But because of the floor plans, basically, because of floor plans. And you have stairs and all kinds of stuff. Typically, it's done by unit. For comparison's sake, let's just go ahead and find out what that is. 1177 times 8 units. 26, 7. All right, so that's about $12.50 per foot. Shown on here is $11. Okay. So then if there is a gross potential income of $93,000, 93,656. The stabilized occupancy is 87%. I think that's what they were using. I think they just used our vacancy.
Got a correction down to 75%.
Right, well, that's not stabilized,
Oh,
they're,
okay.
they're incidental, because it only 8 points.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So it's like 2 of them are empty at 75%. I wish these actually had our side by side. Operating expenses provided are about 55%. That's 44,360. Their total expenses are 34,995. So about a $10,000 difference. It's like a 25-30% difference in expenses there. Ours are much higher. And then there was a net operating income of $37,000, and their shown net operating income is $36,294. And the base cap rate being used is 10%. The reason being, the only reason that those got a 10 cap is because these are low income housing. I'm not sure if these are low income housing. I'm not sure why that happened. I seem to remember something about this, but I don't remember exactly. Either way, the cap rate that was given was 10%. The taxes are 1.46 in that area. It's 11.46 cap rate. There's no excess land. It's value $323,920. And then the following page is just a equity report. And you can see the cap rate there is really different. There is a law. When we appraise stuff, we're required to appraise it at full market value unless there's a law saying that we have to appraise it differently. One of the laws that's in effect is on January 1st of every year, we're required to post a cap rate on our website that will be used for low-income housing. And this year, pretty much every year, it just says 10 because we didn't really do much scrutiny of what that cap rate was supposed to be. This year, we actually have a market cap rate for apartments, but it was derived after January 1st. So the low-income housing thing for this year all got a 10 cap. And that's fine with me. So that's why they have a 10% cap rate for 2021. But I don't think that 10% is a reasonable cap rate. As you can see, the apartments, it's 6.06, and that's, in reality, apartments sell for what I think are absurdly low cap rates.
So the lower the cap rate, the higher the value?
The higher the value. People end up loaning extraordinary amounts of money on multifamily housing. It almost is better than buying a government bond at times. It's kind of ridiculous. And then the follow-up after that is a sales ratio report showing our income properties for the last 2 years. Our sales ratio of 101%. Just to sort of get my input on their evidence and ours and how it compares, our rent is a little bit higher than theirs. Well, our expenses are also a little bit higher. And so the thing that comes out in the wash is the NOI. And the NOI is really close to their actual reported NOI. So that just makes me feel even better about it. That's the whole point, is to get to that net operating income number. And it's very close. I don't understand why they would be doing build out, leasing expenses, and the rest of that stuff, trying to basically create new vacancy expenses, but they've included their actual fixed and variable expenses already, which is going to be replacing the carpet when you have a tenant swaps out, or you need a new shower head or toilet seat or whatever it is.
So they double dipping there a little bit?
Yeah, it's like if they were going to use, I could only see you doing this if you had an apartment complex that was unusually unstable within a very different market, a market that's like good, normal apartments, but your apartment has people constantly, just like a revolving door, and you're not using their actual expenses. You're just using market expenses. But I don't know why you would use actual on some of it and then market stuff on others. you know, even, to be honest, even the expenses and the reserves for replacement is hard to, you have to actually see what the expenses are, because a lot of times people have high expenses, don't actually do reserves for replacement. This place actually has pretty low expenses.
Yeah, the expenses are super low, and sounds like their clientele is very, 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 I hate to use the word migrant, but they come and go. Transient, that's right. They come and go and don't really take care of the stuff that they're in. So they're constantly having to.
So if we disregard the rent loss calculation as being not applicable, then we're talking about a difference between 316,700 and 323,920, right?
Correct. That's it.
Now, if there's no other gross miscalculations on their part, is there anything else that pops out, Eamon, as being inappropriate?
No, you know, this isn't, you just really have to be careful whenever people are mixing actuals and market stuff. You either want to use actuals across the board and be aware of the fact that you might be valuing their business and not their real property. That's been the problem. Or you just use market across the board. In a perfect world, they're the same thing. And they came out to 36,294, and we're at 37,121. So
is that $1,000 difference when you take divide by the cap rate or everything? Would that be enough to account for the difference between 323,920 and the 299?
No, well, 299 includes the
No.
rent loss calculation.
That includes the rent loss,
316,700.
okay. 316,700.
yeah, it would actually make the value difference even a larger gap. But the issue is their actual expenses are really low.
I'm sorry, what was the difference between 316 and 299?
No.
I missed that.
Rent loss
The rent
calculation.
loss calculation.
So this is the 316.
Oh, I see.
And,
Okay.
and if you put in the rent loss calculation, that gets the 299 that they're talking about.
But that's what deemed inappropriate. So I'm inclined to go with the 316,700.
And why deemed inappropriate? Is that, do you think it was accounted for elsewhere?
Yeah, it's accounted for up in the
Vacancy?
operating expenses already.
Yeah, I understand.
So I'm inclined to go with 316,700. It's not a lot of difference, but
Okay.
I agree.
Make a motion now?
sure.
Okay, on a case ID 2021-99, account number 56154, when considering incorrect appraised market value, Q1 or Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or equity value, I move that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $323,920 down to $316,700.
Second.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Case closed.
It's a weird rendition.
Thank you, Eamon.
Thanks. Trying to do apples and apples.
Mike's on the phone, but when he's off, I'll go ahead and come in and if y'all are agreeable, we'll do agenda item 3 for the lectures.
We're always agreeable.
Yes, you are.
Have you ever been disagreeable?
Oh, shut up.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
Have a Snickers.
commercial.
Right.
There was earlier.
So now we have another 6 people who didn't show.
Wow.
Right. Five, 6. 6 people, no show.
And there's one we
David, are you
just
scaring
today.
these people off? Is it?
If
I
the
don't
guy
know,
shows up.
there's 2 of them today that I fully expected, like, them to show up and,
Sir.
I don't know. The other one I had is, we're still apparently waiting on your evidence. That's weird.
But if they missed their, did they call in?
They're not scheduled till the 3 PM docket.
Oh, the 3 p.m.
Don't know. Maybe over there.
Need affidavit on every one of them. Yeah, that's interesting. Every one of the, well, all but one,
They were all gonna be phone-ins.
phone, but need affidavit,
Need evidence.
which kind of leads you to believe that I'm not gonna mess with it. That's what I'm saying.
It just.
They wanted to
so
protest,
many.
yeah, but they didn't want to.
They didn't want to be
Deal with
bothered.
it. They didn't want to deal with it.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, it's not gonna be worth it. It's just bag it. That's interesting. All money.
I find it interesting here that there's one of these cases this morning, the value actually went down in protest.
But then you saw the evidence and went, yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Harvey was hell on apartments. Oh my God.
Yeah.
There's Oak Terrace. Is it Oak Terrace? The yellow one's over here behind us. And
Oh,
there's
yeah.
Dill's property. I don't know what the deal is.
Yeah. I noticed those apartments across from Dairy Queen there, whatever those are called.
Yeah,
You
red
know,
brick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
finally working on those.
Did you see there's?
It was interesting to
Shutting
hear that
down-
they had squatters living.
Oh, really?
They're shutting down traffic on Bolton Beach Road for one section there.
Oh, really?
They're gonna start working on the
Bridge.
bridge.
Oh, I did see that, yeah.
I came home to that last night. What the?
Yeah.
So the stoplight, you're gonna, let me think of where they put this, the stoplight. I think it's just the other side of Harbor Oaks Bridge, and if people go flying over the top of Harbor Oaks Bridge, there's gonna be a red light right there.
This would be the 8th, right?
Yes.
It is.
We're still going, right? It's not blinking there on that microphone. Look, yeah, just look. It's not blinking.
No.
Yeah, it should be going. Because this is.
Yeah, I can see you on there.
Oh, okay. That's okay. Then we're going. There's a couple of letters y'all need to read.
Now,
Oh, thank you. It's on your tablet under agenda item 3. Oh, yeah, that goes. Thank you.
okay.
Okay, this first letter is dated June 4th, 2021, to the Arbitration Review Board. Dear Arbitration Review Board. Let's see. This would
It will-
be Property ID 18983.
Wait a minute. Do we need to turn that off?
Hang on, before you read.
Okay.
Well,
Uh,
do I have it under the wrong one?
No. Hang on,
okay.
just please.
Mhm. I put the confidential on there in red, just so we would be sure.
You do.
I did, but he has confidential down below the name. But I wanted to make it, stand out so that we would not say a name.
Thank you. Okay. In the future,
Mhm.
when you hand letters, before you hand them over, you need to point that out to the chairman
Okay.
and the secretary before they start to read.
Okay,
So for the record, we're we're all in agreement that we are not indicating any names. We're just reading the context of the letter. Okay?
Yes.
Okay. This is Dear Arbitration Review Board, due to my job as a federal agent, I have been traveling throughout the months of April and May, and therefore missed the May 28, 2021 deadline for submitting my protest for my 2021 property taxes. I am submitting this letter in hopes of having the Arbitration Review Board consider my request, have another opportunity to contest.
Okay, stop. Please don't read.
The address.
Please, yeah, just read after located at and then stop.
Okay.
We can read.
Yeah. Located at, and it's signed by the owner. Still seems to me like personal responsibility. If you're not keeping up with your mail while you're traveling.
I actually have some knowledge.
Okay.
And he is correct. Which I can do. I'm going to allow a one-time basis.
Scotty?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any knowledge that would indicate that we should, but
My problem is like Robert, even though he's traveling, he could have called. Mike points out that all you have to do is write "I protest" on a piece of paper and send it in.
Yeah, if a person, identifies themselves or their property and they put I protest, they sufficiently filed protest.
And you can do that when you travel. And you don't have to have any paperwork. You just write "I protest" and send it in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I
know where he works. And I know where he's been. There ain't no conversation.
Yeah. I don't know how long the property owners own the property. We're in the habit of sending out notices to every property we have every year, so that there's two reasons. One, we can say that we send it to everybody, but secondly, that we condition people to be ready to receive it about the month of May of every year. So I don't know if he's a new resident to the state or to this property. This is a good cause claim. I mean, if that's what the claim is.
The thing is, if it was just Joe Schmo who wrote in and said, "Oh, I missed the date," what would we do? We decline it, because personal responsibility says they sent it out, you didn't act on it. I mean, it's got to be fair and equitable treatment across the board. If this was, I think if this was Joe Schmo, we'd say no, you missed it.
True.
But with the number of no shows and whatnot. We have room.
But that's not the point.
I'm with you.
More in favor of looking at it from an equity standpoint.
Because I would be a no.
I would be a no.
My opinion.
Okay. Motion.
Okay.
Careful.
Yeah. So I move on this account, or confidential account, with the address located as indicated on the letter. Property ID is indicated stated on the letter that we not allow a hearing for good cause reasons.
Second,
I second.
in favor?
Aye.
No?
No.
Okay, let the record show there were 3 ayes, 1 no.
So noted.
Okay, who's next? You have the count.
Yeah.
You have the letter.
Another confidential. Okay.
Which one?
It is property ID 8820114 and 59612. And this letter was received June 7th, postmarked June 7th from a address in fucking Mississippi. Letter dated June 3rd, Mr. and Mrs. Bryant Bernard, address in Ocean Springs, Mississippi, with a email and phone number. Dear members of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board, June 2nd, 2021, we received a letter from the Aransas County Appraisal District regarding the protest procedure for the 2021 proposed appraised value of property ID 59612. The mailing envelope of this letter was marked by the Postal Service May 15th, 2021, San Antonio, Texas. I've included copies of that envelope with the Postal Service markings. Because of the late arrival of this notification, we have missed the protest deadline. We are requesting a hearing with the review board because of this. Sincerely, Brian S. Johnny Bernard. And there's attachments. Photocopy of the envelope showing it was mailed out of San Antonio on May 15th. And actually, there's two photocopies of that. So it comes down to their word is that it didn't arrive until June 2nd from San Antonio, where it left May 15th.
Is that typical for districts mail to be postmarked out of San Antonio?
I don't know. I mean, I couldn't say. Mail, I will say that our printing location is in Amarillo, Texas. It typically goes out of, they have 2 offices. They have one out of Amarillo and one out of Dallas. So everything generates from there. It goes out all across the nation, and then with people own the property. So it just goes, I mean.
Okay, so it's not mailed out of this office here.
No.
Okay.
No, only, I will say, the vast majority is not mailed out of this office. We do have 1 or 2 that will do a corrected notice and will mail out of this office, but it's typically mailed out of either Amarillo or Dallas.
Using services.
Yeah, of course.
I'm confused.
Top envelope was the one that confused me. I
Yeah.
figured that out.
Well, that's their letter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's their letter.
To the district.
Okay. And that came from Gulfport, Mississippi.
Yeah.
The other 2 envelopes are showing.
It doesn't show where they were destined.
No,
The ones that were marked the 15th of May out of San Antonio. And were they? Is it appropriate for us to look at the address on file for these guys?
Yeah, for sure.
I don't think the main issue, they don't keep their current address up.
Yeah.
Or if it got mailed to this.
Right, yeah. Some other address is not their current address.
the
The address on file for the subject property in question is 524 Jackson Avenue, Ocean Springs, Mississippi.
So what they're saying is they mailed it on I went through San Antonio on the 15th of May. And it wasn't received here.
Wasn't received in Mississippi until
June 2nd.
June 2nd. There's no envelope that shows June 2nd.
yes, and there wouldn't necessarily be, because all it shows is this letter that was postmarked the 15th of May didn't get put in my mail, in their mailbox until June 2nd. I don't know how you prove that.
Registered or certified. Times.
What have we done past for these, Charlie?
Well, there's no evidence when it was June 2nd.
It's true, they can't really show. Sure. Got it.
Is there not room for that? Or is
I know.
offering them like a one-time fee?
Well, it's a good cause claim again, like they're saying, I have good cause because I didn't get this letter until it was after the delinquency date, or not delinquency, after the protest deadline. And so our letter went out on April 28th. Is that right, Hal? It went out on 28th
Yes.
of April, and it was due the 28th of May. And the evidence that they're providing you is that at least it was postmarked in San Antonio, not in my possession, at least halfway through or something like that, you know. And that's all that they're showing. I don't know
We sent it out on the 28th
of April.
and it got postmarked in San Antonio the 15th of May.
17 day later.
Yeah, I'm saying wow too.
Okay. Maybe it is. Issue then.
I mean, I can only send it. I can't control how the mail is pushed.
No, it's not. I just wish we had the June 2nd receipt of the letter.
Well,
Yeah,
It-
I do that.
the June 2nd receipt of the letter is congruent with their letter to the district that's postmarked on the 3rd.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there is that.
Yep.
And they do have proof that, you know, it was postmarked, not in their possession on May 15th. You know, so
2 weeks after it was.
yeah, you have to be careful as board because you don't want to set a bad precedent.
Is there a record that shows the April 28th mailing, what exactly supposedly went out on?
Yeah, I have.
Is there a belief in everything?
Yes, I have in my record, and I'm just testifying to you that when we do a mailing, there's a record from our print vendor that comes to us, and it says all notices were generated, and it might say at a certain time on that date, maybe even the day before, and then it'll say all notices have been inserted, which means that they've actually been put in on book, and then there's another timestamp that it has been received by the U.S. Postal Service. So there's this timestamp kind of thing that we get from the actual print vendor every year to prove that those were all mailed. They all went out. I mean, to the best of my knowledge, they all went out as they indicated on the 28th of April.
I'm almost inclined because of the evidence that was postmarked San Antonio 2 weeks later that, yeah, this may be a postal service issue. We sided with the homeowner here.
I agree, and but I also at the same time am finally concerned about a bigger problem, which I don't know how you deal with. That's just weird.
Yeah.
For 2 weeks, and also if you say your vendors are Amarillo and Dallas, how it ends up in San Antonio as the first place where it gets postmarked is. There may be an explanation. I just find that perplexing.
I would say for this case, we side with the homeowner. Okay. Case. Okay. So for property ID 88201114 and 59612. I move that we grant the homeowner, Brian and Johnny A. Bernard, a hearing for good cause because apparently their notice did not come in time for the 28th of May.
Favor? Aye.
Aye.
Second.
No.
Oh,
I'll second.
and then,
Vote
Aye. Okay.
Hey, Val, do we have a way to get in touch with them to get that? Did they actually send a protest form?
Just whatever's there is all they send in.
Okay, so we don't actually have a protest.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
We need to reach out to them. If they want to protest, then they need to get one in quickly.
Okay, the third one is a letter dated June 2nd, 2021. Property ID 58311. Located 1736 and 1781 in Rockport. This property was Robert Hedford. Was a grandfather. We want to keep it, not for sale. Last month, the whole thing burned to the ground. Everything. It is not worth what you have it appraised for now. Please check and reconsider the value. I tried to call last week, getting you are closed for COVID. Please see what you can do. I can meet with you at the location, etc. Sign the homeowner. Well, it was standing on January 1. I feel sorry for him, but they can.
there's two aspects of it. One is, it seems fairly obvious that it was standing on January 1 and it burned down after that last month. But does this constitute a protest?
Yeah.
Because it's not worth what you have it appraised for now.
Yeah, this is a protest.
That's a protest.
But it's dated June 2nd.
So there's a couple
Couple of
issues.
things.
One is, as Robert indicated, it would appear, although he didn't specify exact dates, but he did say last month, yeah, that as of January 1st, it was still there. Consequently, it
Yeah.
was.
Yeah, it's important that we haven't opened a hearing about like this value decision case, so it's important that you don't discuss amongst yourselves value. What you have in front of you is a good cause claim of a late protest. Is that the way you understand it now?
Yes.
And I will say that tried to call last week and kept getting, you were closed for COVID. We've been open for a while. We didn't have informal in-person hearings, but people could call in. And they could definitely at any point for the last, how long have we been open with the front door?
Well, what I think he's referring to probably is our after hours message, which I actually changed Monday morning to
Oh, okay.
reflect that, yeah, that we are not,
Yeah,
our lobbies open.
so kept calling after hours, or they might get that thing during lunchtime from 12 to 1, or after hours.
The other thing is just the homeowner, the letters written not by the homeowner, but by the grandchild. Robert Tedford.
All things considered, I've seen.
Yeah, it's just not timely, regardless of what happens to the house. It's just not timely. I agree. Okay. So I make a motion on property ID 58311 that we not grant a good cause hearing for this property.
Second,
I second.
all in favor?
Aye.
That's all the letters.
Okay, that's it.
So, is it possible we're seeing people at?
Yes, I'm gonna go up front and see if anybody has checked in early.
Paperwork, not administration, that they have to do in this office. For just little things like that. So that's 3 cases, probably 3 letters that have to go out. Covered. For. It's a word that I'm not coming up with. Chain of events. Yeah, chain of custody kind of thing. That, yeah, we always cover it. So, yeah, we got it. We know it happened. Right. For people that say, well, you know, it's a vendor that we use timestamp and dated, you know, just, you gotta keep track of all that. It, once again, is the onus is on the district to approve almost everything. Yeah. Pretty much everything. From cradle to grave. Yeah.
Oh, mercy.
This is it. Guess we're to the recording. There's 5. Two. Yeah.
Charlie, did you see the thing there on Fulton Beach Road?
No, we just read about it.
Oh, it was in the newspaper.
No, actually, I read it with our POA sent out a newsletter.
Never did.
Yeah. They sent out a newsletter and I was reading it this morning.
It's an odd traffic detour, I guess is the right word.
Yeah, it sounded strange.
And I have to say, it's interesting the timing that they decided to start work on this before July.
Brilliant.
And I can remember,
Mr. Candidate came up with that.
I can remember several years ago where they actually had full-time traffic police standing at that Y, I guess you call it,
Uh-huh.
directed traffic coming off of the Allegro, coming out of Harbor Oaks.
Yeah.
That didn't work so well. Sure, that was it. If you want to come out of Harbor Oaks, you want to come out by Bolinos, yeah, I think you can come out by Bolinos. I can look to see if it's blocked off down there, or
Yeah, that's the way I read it.
all the way back up, trailer.
I expect to hear my phone go off and the door lock in a while. Somebody broke into my boat over the weekend.
Oh. Damage anything or?
Two kids on bikes. It was weird. They stole a glove from a pair of gloves. A glove. I have the other.
Okay.
Stole a glove. They discharged the dry chemical fire extinguisher in the forward cap. Pulled the safety and discharged it. Not all of it, just a little, enough to make a mess. What else? Oh, and they stole. Have you seen these little blue flashlights that Harbor Freight gives away free? on
Right.
occasion?
3 little AAA batteries or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. A couple of AAA batteries. It's LED, but it's free.
So they used that to snoop around and see what was
Yeah,
out there, and the
nice.
glove kept the fingerprints off.
Because they weren't this smart. There were two kids, according to someone who lives on the dock.
Oh, this is right. I keep thinking it was behind your house. I keep thinking that, but I don't know why.
Through video surveillance. In that
So you
area.
almost need. My
What we need is for the guys who live on the dock to be armed.
yes. Hey, you kids, what are you doing here? Nothing. We're leaving. We're leaving.
One of the people who lives on the dock confronted them and asked them what they were doing there. They were just chilling. But
Darn young.
at the time, they didn't, the person on the dock didn't know that they had broken in, or he would have.
It's good that your electronics are not built in.
Yeah,
Oh,
and they're open. They're up top.
oh,
There's no security up top. The door goes into the lounge area.
you might consider whatever the Marine version of Nest is, or whatever the video that
Okay.
triggers for movement.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
My neighbor just put all that all over his, there's nobody to watch it. I had to tell him I'll watch it when I'm asleep, so.
Right.
what happens when the motion detector goes off? He gets it on?
It
Start
It
recording.
comes on, starts recording, it has night vision, so it records everything that's going on, and it calls his phone,
He calls his phone.
calls his cell phone. And he said, I can have somebody there in short enough time to stop.
I'm not sure I could. I live in Harbor Oak. It takes me about,
Well, you don't want to confront anybody, you know,
Right.
yourself, you want law enforcement, they'll- No, this is Larry Pierce. He's a serious guy, 3 in the morning. He can end up. But yeah, there's so many on PLA Road. People that have sport vision, you know, behind their house, and this one little gang of basically, you know, high school kids that would steal a kayak,
Yeah.
paddle up, climb over, go up top, steal the electronics. I mean, with a crowbar, steal the electronics.
Yeah.
Big Garmin, big North Star, cool stuff. And they'd steal all that stuff, and then they would take Clorox toilet cleaner and pour it all over the gel coat. It basically melts the gel coat, but it also hides fingerprints.
Yeah.
And they would just destroy a couple $100,000 worth of electronics and a constant helm.
Yeah.
Just bad stuff. It happened more than half a dozen times.
Yeah.
as far as I can tell, they didn't get upstairs. They got scared off, I guess, before they.
Oh, these like little kids, they were looking for fishing poles. Probably.
We have them before we can.
Or flare guns or something cool.
Three fishing poles before we can. Where they just started the party. Three fishing poles, one, they didn't see that.
They didn't bother
So
them.
they were jacking around. Hey, let's go. So check out the brother.
Too bad your neighbors there.
Oh, chilling, man. I love chilling. You be my next chilling, man. Chilling, buddy. Thank you.
You know? And watch your face go. Yeah.
I wouldn't pull out myself.
Maybe, yeah. Afterwards, yeah.
This is one we can't have nice things.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of my distant neighbors and a good friend. His son was one of those.
Oh, really?
One of those little hoodlums.
Yeah.
And they broke into one of our storerooms and stole a couple of Yetis and a bicycle and some other stuff. My kid's bicycle.
Yeah.
But the Yetis they're so heavy.
Yeah.
These were the pre-cool Yetis. These were the big, heavy,
Yeah.
giant
Yeah.
offshore stuff. And they got it as far as, I think, loose real estate is where they abandoned most of the stuff in
Okay.
the parking lot. And then the police called them,
Oh, that's good.
and it was this one kid. And I called my buddy over the phone and said, yeah, I know you got problems with it. I know where he is.
Yeah.
With this guy. Tell him leave your friends alone.
Yeah, I know.
With balls and stuff. I mean, we're
Right.
my house, and my son knows it.
Yeah.
Few years difference in age, but they're they kind of grew up together.
Yeah.
It's like, this guy's got a problem. Don't tell us.
Right. Right.
Find somebody else with that. with.
Yeah.
They want to get hurt.
Have you ever seen that video of George Floyd? He was on Judge Judy. He's 15 years old.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's what he's he was in trouble. But I'm trying to think what he did. Hijacked somebody's car, maybe. It's like, so, There's nothing wrong with that. Just belligerent. You kind of go, wow, that guy had, he led a life of crime. But not that makes,
I'm not,
the end justify the means, but he was no model citizen.
I'm not a sympathizer at all, but it's a different world. There are those who live in it.
Yeah.
And I always thought, when we moved to Rockwood, you moved from Houston, I moved from Central Texas. When I moved to Rockwood, I thought, oh, it's great, because I hate to use the word because that's a terrible word, but it's nice here.
Right.
But then we started getting involved in the community. Like I said, started getting involved in the community, we started finding out there's an ugly,
whole other side.
And of course, we put kids in public school here instead of sending them to Sacred Heart or Incarnate Word. Down of course. We live here.
Yeah.
They're everywhere. We're
Oh,
getting involved.
and it's-
So then we found out what the situation is.
This guy at the museum,
There's some, I mean, these people with that cars.
Really? Yeah. Yeah.
they thought they were getting a deal.
The deal, the
Five
binding.
positions. Curator, and director, with Kathy Roberts, who was the director, and
Tennis,
she retired.
who was the tennis coach.
Everybody's left. And
He and his wife.
And so they hired this guy to do both. He can't do,
They would buy cheap
he
bread,
can't, there's just not,
lunch meats.
he can't be a
cheese
curator
slices,
and try and be an administrator at the same time. Still,
every day. Put them in a cooler. Bring them to
He
work,
doesn't have the
put them behind his desk.
management background.
Coach them all, man. Get a sandwich. Get a sandwich. He just,
Yeah,
routine,
email
routine
and stuff.
Because he was
I've used different email secures,
trying to
different outlets and
Right.
pieces. I asked you about the spec.
So they keep thinking about it.
Still claims he doesn't get my emails.
Yeah.
I don't
2
believe
years
it's my
ago,
problem.
the ghost
I really
story.
don't.
Finally.
And I haven't gone in and looked at this machine to see if there's my IP, email address on a block list or something.
Working us out, taking care of a whole bunch of kids.
And then
But,
and some people are,
Oh, yeah, there's some scary stuff.
their approach on how they deal with
Still
folks
have
they're
that
trying to
program.
get some.
Yeah.
And rather, they approach me and say, did you get my email and send me this updated spreadsheet?
My next door neighbor.
He
She started.
makes it sound like he forgot to send it. And
Still
I said,
going on.
you sent me the thing on Friday, I tried and updated it on Sunday.
Ace. Okay.
He says, well, I don't know.
Sister's like an administrator.
So I sent it last night to his,
And they do it all, I mean, federal grant.
and I just texted him, said, did you get this? Did you get the email?
But after school.
And he says,
mentoring
his response to the
and
text was,
activity.
I have a new phone. I don't recognize this name.
20 years
Your name.
started.
Oh, God.
I don't know who's running it now. But-
Time to deal with your incompetence.
You got to know these kids, how they live.
And then I began
These horrible
this group.
Yeah, it's the current incarnation is called ACE. And it's really neat. They have after school programs for like beauty stuff, like high school kids.
Yeah.
And it's from
You never
kindergarten
asked
or
me
even
for
pre-K all the way up to 12th grade.
Okay.
So they'll have
Ask
like,
What is it?
business
Like
woodworking.
real stuff.
Yeah.
Business
Yeah.
controls.
Yeah.
And your system.
My son came up with
Applications
because it's
from
from,
asked and certified.
he's got a
When you're
couple of
dealing
side
with
jobs, but he
personnel,
was kind of looking for something.
Yeah.
like that permanent. And he went on an interview that in fact he teaches Minecraft.
Funny little application.
Okay.
Yeah.
He actually teaches, he's not,
Lesson left over the last.
he's a Minecraft expert because he started playing as soon as it came out.
Yeah.
But
The
he
servers that they're on.
teaches
actually
Minecraft
will-
to
You now fill out
Okay.
this form.
But they could be high school.
And
Yeah.
They
specify
could be any age.
BCD, which is business continuity value, where you say,
And his
my
comment was,
application is super important. If it goes down for one a day, the world's gonna end and IBM will lose half its valuation on the stock.
Really?
Well, they're trying,
Yeah.
you're now trying to move this to
I know the
Well,
inside and
production
outside.
environment,
He said,
which-
"Also, that's
what what they have internally is
There's the other side.
is
They all want to
pseudo
develop,
which is
Right.
really what there's
Easy way to
VMware
You don't- you don't- you just-
shared servers. But we can use remote desktop and log into
Because he's pretty good.
Windows systems, just like being Omnibox
I mean,
itself.
grew up with last name Duff.
And the replacement
If
going
you're
to
tough, you're funny, and you're
production
funny so much.
is some cloud environment. Now, I have no clue what kind of capability.
Okay, not with them.
Yeah, with them.
You log into a server to the application.
No,
What kind of capabilities do you have to have?
Fast class. You would get
Education,
right.
I did this kind of stuff years ago. Yeah, it was, okay. There was, we did a calculation, it's like seven people, project managers, development project managers, change control managers, blah, 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 to do what effectively one person was doing. But because you say production,
Layers.
Yeah.
Layers.
companies are.
It's gonna get worse, guys.
Yeah, I think so.
This split. It's gonna get worse.
So we have work.
No, we have digital letters.
How long did you work for IBM? 31, 32 years.
That's a good crew.
Yeah. And I got to do a lot of neat things. Working for those over here was. I think we set a record because, there's usually this swirl. People are always moving.
Been moved.
Well, even department. And
18 years.
it's crazy. I worked for Charlie for
18
either directly or indirectly. Long time.
It's always interesting. To listen to CAD. Before it was called CAD. Well, I'll probably do that. Yes. I just turned 10.
Yeah. You're the-
And so computer. I never even touched it. Well, I built it. But we did, I took a COBOL and Fortran class. I want to get on that 1,007. Some later stuff, IBM PCs, and then Zenith came out with orange instead of a green blinking cursor, we had orange stuff.
Mhm.
We put the color screen.
We have one customer showed up.
Yeah. I remember that. So I would do a lot of things. We got involved with the one that I was doing was the new company. And this was back in it was late 70s. And the Brazilian government wanted to nationalize computers. And so and that included factory development. Right. So IBM put together this roadshow. Chip manufacturing, development, all this stuff. They take all the Brazilian government and these different locations to show them what it really involved, what was really involved in designing, developing, manufacturing computer stuff. And so we were at one piece of this roadshow talking about computer and data design, CAD systems that we had developed and used. And And while we were in Austin, they originally were going to take these guys all over the country, like New York, Boston, California, and so on. They had to use commercial aircraft. They didn't use, they didn't look like they were riding much, flying on jets and stuff like that. And so it was over a period of over a week. And the Brazilian guys came back and said, no, we only have like 3 weeks. So revamped the schedule and localized all this stuff up in the Northeast, Fishkill, Burlington, and they presented that schedule. And the guy said, well, we only really have 2 days. We're going to arrive on a certain day. So they ended up, they were going to fly in by helicopter from corporate headquarters in London over to Endicott, New York. And so we ended up taking our programs, our systems, which ran on a certain set of IBM hardware, and literally transporting it to Endicott. And he shows up, right? We walk into his lab, and Charlie looked around and says, this place looks like a dump. It's within a matter of hours, we got painters, getting new furniture, all kinds of crap, right? So we were ready to rock, right? And we're sitting around waiting for these guys to show up. Well, it turns out they were going to take them by helicopter. And they're walking out to the helicopter, and the Brazilian guy says, wait a minute, what kind of helicopter is this? I don't know, that old helicopter thing. The guy said, that's the American made helicopter, right? I'm not going to fly in that helicopter. So they had to take him by limo from Parma over to Endicott, which then put in all the bottom line was you couldn't have said anything that would change. Some yokel was a guy in the school was Stanford and probably everything about electronics. So they showed up, we did our dog and pony show, and then they disappeared. We didn't hear anything for usually a month or 6 weeks. And finally, one of these IBM VPs came down to Austin and sat down with us to explain what had actually transpired. And in the end, the Brazilians looked you and it means they did what they wanted to do. Okay. I don't know how that actually came out.
But they got one room painted.
Yeah.
Corporate America.
Yeah. And back then it was really fun. Like, not to say you were trying to game the system all the time. But, things we could do because we had tons of money. Charlie had one guy working for him. That was on a business trip, and they had gotten. He came back and he followed his expense report. Charlie looked at this thing. It shows crane rental. So he said, Bob, what's this about? It turns out he had gone out to dinner, gotten not drunk, but anyway, and didn't know the roads. And so he was evidently going around some corner, and the car went off the road and went into a drainage ditch.
Okay.
That was concrete.
Yeah.
Now the car was okay. Was evidently not hardly damaged at all, right? It had just gone off and down into this ditch. So he guy went out and rented a crane to take this car out of the ditch and put it back on the road. And then wanted to put it on his expense account.
Sounds legitimate.
Yeah, right.
You got that?
Yeah, right. No harm, no foul.
Yeah. But you know how, if you know how to use the system, you can do things without, even though they're semi-legal.
I would think everybody's industry has always. Yeah, real industry.
I had, down here, when I moved to start working in Rockport, and I was involved in putting on a lot of conferences, technical conferences. And we did this thing with, they were like baseball sized trading cards. So we take all the attendees and they would give us our information. And we did enterprise directory, we had purchase control, stuff like that. And we made cards that people could use for networking.
Okay.
Be out drinking, having dinner and give a guy a card, here's my card, rather than just a business card. Say what kind of work he did, what the piece was, contact information, picture, and so on. So I would have these things, and I would do it all with Microsoft Word and mail merge, right, to build these images. Right? And I use Rockport printing to print them.
Okay.
So they would print these things first on set up 18 per sheet on big legal or ledger size sheet. Oh, and they would cut them, dice them, and then put them all together. And each attendee would get a packet of like 25 cards. So it was a small conference.
We have an in-person hearing. It will be case number 626 on the 10 o'clock docket. And Donna will be coming back with me to notarize the signature.
Hey, Val,
Uh-huh.
can you holler at either Scott or Ray?
Yes.
626, page 4. Mike, have you seen the detours involved in the bridge?
Yeah, I've seen some of them. They start right there at Thule.
Yeah.
I come that way, so I'm not detoured, but I guess if I went around, I would see it. Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's interesting. And if you travel Fulton Beach Road very often across the Harbor Bridge, people have a tendency to go across the Harbor Bridge, just go on the fast side.
Yeah, to get over the bridge and then the coast.
But you either go to Keel River or
Yeah.
the left.
Yeah.
As soon as you pop that into that bridge now, there's a stop. There's a new stop sign, and not a stop sign, a light, a traffic light. Or the traffic light. Okay.
Do they have
Do you
these?
speed on the other side of the bridge? So you pop that hill and go, and there could be somebody stopping in front of you.
Yeah, right on top of the hill. It would be very dangerous if they don't have. Do they have signage further back?
At the corner of Hickman where the little bay cottages are in front of the cemetery. Well,
Yeah.
there's one of those big signs there. So if you're coming down Broadway, I guess. Yeah, towards the bridge, yeah. There is.
So you come in.
Okay.
But you come out.
This is Miss Raspberry and Mr. Taylor.
Hello, how you doing, guys?
Hello.
We have some administrative to go through before we get started. And that I will possibly ask some questions along the way. We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-626, account 26223. This hearing is being recorded. With the appraisal review board will be hearing a protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. Survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to cpa.communication@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate the taking. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the same, a document will be created with all particulars and will be mailed to you via snail mail. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Very important that you have all your evidence.
It is, it's scanned into the account, and I'm getting ready to pull it over to the drawer.
Okay, thank you, Don. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duff, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
You will both say it here. Read it out loud with your name, and then you'll sign the document. So you can go first.
I am Raptor, solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the resolution review board is true and correct.
Joseph Taylor, do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I shall present to the payroll review board is true and correct.
David Michael, I do solemnly swear and affirm that this meeting shall present to the payroll review board of the County President.
Need to inquire, do either of you hold a license to appraiser's license? No, state of Texas. I'll get it out. On the table, the piece of paper you have in front of you, Jeff, is the procedure guide. You have a choice. Do you go first, or would you like the district to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
All right. And then
Let me know if that's you.
Oh, no, that's fine. I don't need all that. I put together a lot of paper. It's hopefully it will go very, very quick. Just scroll through. I received the appraisal district's data packet. So those were the comps in the data packet to summarize that. Nothing news here. It's just data, the sales data, and the appraisal value data. Okay, so this is 1704 Picton. I purchased that last September. It's about a 60-year-old home. 3 bedroom, 2 bath, single car garage. It was a flip, but it was partially flipped. The sellers had bought it a year before and got into it, and I think they just decided we'll cut and run. They updated the kitchen. So I purchased the home for $270,000, but in the course of all the inspections that my realtor recommended, we discovered a lot of problems with the house. There's AC unit that needs replacement. It's got the old pipes which need replacement, and all it has double pane windows, so they're probably been about 20 years ago, and they're all fogged. So it's another like $5,000 to replace all the double pane windows. So we did get some money back from the sellers at close to cover some of this. It's not reflected in that sales price. That was just sort of credits on closing. So that's sort of I know if you're going off the sales price, it's a little bit misleading here. So we'll just go through some pictures of the house. So this is the kitchen, which they updated. It looks really nice. There's a lot of problems once we got into the home. We discovered a lot of just poor workmanship. When we got into the granite's not sealed. There's parts of it that aren't even down. The floor's kind of coming up. It's brand new laminate flooring, but it wasn't installed properly. We've had leaks in the vent hood when it rains. And then just last weekend, we discovered a leak under the sink. I think it's been going on, but they used some sort of adhesive caulk that was not in plumbing, And now it's just all oozy and goozy, and now we find it. So if you go scroll down through the next, just some pages, some pictures to kind of support that. There's like some of the brand that's not down. This is the brand new cabinet, it's brand new sink leaking, and it's this white cloth that's just growing and oozing and leaking. So we just found that haven't even begun to take it apart and fix it. And then the updates ended in the kitchens. We still have original 1960s vintage bathrooms, which is going to be another big upgrade that we'll probably embark on the next few years. And then the next page on will come through. It's hard to show foggy windows, but you can kind of see the fog there and in there. So all the big windows, and just I got quotes from 2 places here in town, and it's going to be a little over 5,000 replace all just the paint, it's not the windows themselves. And then this is just more cosmetics. I mean, they just changed the flooring to the kitchen and stuff. So there's just a lot of work left. And then the den is a nice room. In my opinion, it's not very attractive, but it's just that kind of stuff. So when looking at some of the comps that were pulled, I'm just kind of comparing this to that. So this was the first sales comp. It's on Sorensen, and it's more of a beach house. It has a second floor bay view, which we're nowhere near the bay, or we're 2 streets off, but there's no way we can see the bay. So I would feel like that one would trade at a higher comp value than my home. And this is another one on Cochrane. It's a full flip or fully renovated bathrooms, everything in the entire home has been. So again, I think that one's not exactly comparable because it's a fully renovated home. This other one on Cochrane is a little bit more similar in that it's got some updates, and not everything's been updated, but it's on a corner lot. It has a full guest home in the back, with the bathroom, kitchen, and all that kind of stuff. So I feel like that represents another revenue stream when you might Airbnb that cottage or whatnot. And I feel like it probably should trade a little bit higher premium than my home. Next one. And then these were equity comps, which I didn't quite understand what sales versus equity meant, but this one is another one that's got pretty much a full reno. It's super modern, not my style, but full reno, bathrooms, kitchen, everything, new windows, whatnot. And then this was another equity comp, older home, no recent transactions, really couldn't opine on the interior, but it's a similar style and vintage, all I can say to that one. And then this one on Percival, that one is one I thought was a reasonable comp. It's about the same as mine sports for level of upgrade. It's got new floors, the kitchen has like paint and stuff. It's not necessarily updated. Up.
Yeah, you'll have more time later.
Okay.
So, Mike, you have then 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Yeah, so I've had the same 5 minutes approximately to look for evidence as we're all looking along. First of all, great presentation. Just want to verify the 270 is what you paid for the property.
I paid.
And you indicated that you had an inspection, so you knew of some issues.
I got money back from Solitaire.
Okay, do you have that in your data here? Do you have like?
No, I didn't have it.
Okay, so in your settlement statement, typically you'll have like a line item 1, which is the purchase price. You'll have line item 2, which is any personal property. Which we didn't talk. I mean, there's nothing there. Probably in most cases, there's not. And then you'll see another line item that's actually credited off. Okay, so do you know what that amount was?
I mean, we went back and forth. I felt pressure from our realtor because she was like, you're pushing too hard. We ended up, I asked for like 10 or 15, and they gave me 5.
So they gave you $5,000.
I understand. I paid you 65 for the house. I understand how.
Okay.
With that, we would infer as market value.
Right.
And
I just wanted to, I mean, you indicated that there was a line item associated for the known damage or the known.
Yeah. I mean, some of it's unknown, like plumbing, until we go into it.
Yeah, like there's this seller disclosure, and everybody knows there's seller disclosure that the current property or the seller would have said, hey, this is what I think I know. And then you get an inspection, and then you find out more things. And then after you get in the home, you might find out more things, and that's kind of what you're describing. For the record, the only thing under protest is equity. Obviously, market value and market value transactions for the subject are always relevant, whether they're high, low, or sideways. The subject property sold at 270. The subject property owner is testified that they transacted for a $5,000 known and for the things that were wrong with the subject property. So if we're looking at 270 or 265, somewhere in there. From an equity comp basis, we don't necessarily look at sales. We just look at other houses and we just make comparisons. So I'll go ahead and start with my presentation. The subject property is currently at 264. So actually that number is really good in light of our most recent conversation about the $5,000. So we're at 264 and change. See the 270 subject property owner indicated $5,000 on that settlement statement from the closing document. Go to next. This is where it's at located. Like the subject property owner noted, it's on Pickton Lane right there. Nice tree lot. Okay, continue on. Comparable sales, again, we'll just go over very briefly. It's not under protest. Not only the subject property sale, but other sales in there warrant the value change. And so Little Bay Shores might have been an area that we increased this year just due to all the sales. 284 supports the 270 or 264 that we have. Moving on to equity comps. So the burden of proof still lies with the district to show, hey, how are we appraising other properties and how do they compare with the subject and what are all the differences and how do we account for those differences? So the subject property is still a 4. It's a 4. It was built originally in 1965. It's had some effective age upgrades to 1990. It has 1,700 square feet. So that's appraised at 264, and that's on Pickton. Here's another one on Bay that's very similar from a square footage standpoint. It's very similar from when it was originally built into its effective age. You can see that it's got a similar type of effective age push. It's a 4MB plus. It's appraised at $256,000. When you look back in comparison to the subject, it's a little bit older. The subject is a little bit older in effective age. It's a little bit bigger than the subject, and there's a minor difference in the land value. That one appraised out at 271. The next one is from 1703 Sorensen. Again, another 4MB plus. If you look at the size, again, it's very similar in size. If you look at the age, this one we don't show any renovations at all on this particular one. And this is the 1971, so it's a 1971. That's going to be an adjustment there. That one appraises out at 201 for all of the changes that you see there. Go to next. This is the last one that we have. This is Percival, 19 Percival. Again, another 4MB plus. You can see that it's a little bit bigger than the subject at 2065. It's about the same effective age as the subject. So it's had some renovations as well. A lot of these Little Bay Shore homes have gone through multiple stages of renovation. You might get a property owner that does one thing, you might go 15 years down the line, and then you get another property owner that does something else. I will say that the subject property owner didn't do any of the renovations herself. It was the previous owner. We got that information from the listing itself. This one appraises out at 284. This has a value of 271, supports a value of 264, 400. Another thing that we look at with equities, we just look at how are we looking at sales in the entire area, and do we make the push like to everybody as a result of the sale. You can go to sales ratio. How much time?
Yeah, 1 minute left.
Okay. Less. But let's go back to the. I'm sorry. Let's go back to the. Yeah. So we're at 101 overall in Little Bay Shores, and these are 24 sales that we had in that. It's a pretty small subdivision when you think about it, and we had a lot of activity. So go back up. It was a very robust It's just like about everything. And this is what we got, you know, it's a modest home from the outside, so we still have the class 4 and B plus. And continue on. So we see this right here, you know, that we see that there's the new kitchen cabinets, we see the appliances, new upgrades. And then of course, the realtor go on that they put the best features in there. And so, you know, in light of that, we do an effective age increase associated with that. Okay.
So you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay.
So I'll give you 4 minutes here.
Okay, and I don't understand the equity piece, but I just have done this before using sales comp. So I found a couple that I feel like are more in line with mine. So these are, and I try to look at, in my home county, we look at the last 6 months sales prior year. So these are two that I found that were in late last year. So this is on 1960 Cochran. It's a 1968 home, 1,300 square feet. It's kind of like ours, which is kind of a mixed match level of updates, kind of a more modern bathroom, kind of a 1990s kitchen. It sold for $185 in August. My transaction happened in September. The next slide, please. And then this is one just down the street on Picton, really cute. Also 1960s home, 1,500 square feet. It sold for $184 in November. These are actual market comps just up and down the street. If you go a couple more slides, and then this was sort of my evaluation. So those were the sales and equity comps provided by the district. I sort of threw some out because I thought those were not comparable. So I have 2 equity comps, 2 sales comps that I'm relying on. The bottom lines reflect the averages. So you can see taking my home and taking the average square foot for improvement, average square foot for land value, coming up with a range of 219 to 27 using these comparables for my home. But one other thing I noticed, you scroll down to the last slide, slide 27. So before this started, before I got the data packet, I put all the data in a spreadsheet and did an analysis on paper. And there were 33 homes in that data. And so basically, if there's been no transactions that happened on a home, the average square foot value would improve is $63. If there's been a transaction in 19 or 20, and I'm sure these are the more improved homes, I get it, but I know there are people up and down my street that are doing this for months. So basically, the tax, it's being assessed at almost a 2x factor depending on the date of the last transaction. So I just found that interesting. That basically, if you kind of recently bought into the neighborhood, you get kind of hammered versus if you just had a house and I understand the level of upgrades and data and all that kind of stuff, but I just thought it was an interesting trend. And I know maybe you're just undertaxing some people. Maybe is the statement, but that's the data that I. And that's just streets up and down picked out. I just picked because there was too many. I have a manual for data. I don't have a way to export it all. So anyway, so if you go back up, that's kind of my rebuttal, that summary spreadsheet. Because I obviously I'm a data nerd. But I kind of like to go with things grounded. And that was my original thing when I just pulled all the averages. I just put all the averages, picked home the improvement value square feet, and then I kind of, as you get larger, like you want to just go with an average valuation per square foot. And that's where my original number could come in at 184. And I realized that might be a little low, so I went with the comp. So I guess my suggested valuation would be more in the line of 2.5 in that range.
That it? Okay. Mike, you have then 2 minutes for rebuttal and then we'll go to close.
Yeah, in light of the last recent draft, yeah, of course, Little Bay Shores is an old neighborhood. A lot of those structures were built originally in 1960, 1965. They've gone through multiple ranges of not having done anything to all the way to the top and remodel everything. We only get the data when we do the data. And so I don't discount the statement that there's probably some of those 63s that are better than what we know about. We'd love to know about those. Why? Because it provides equity to you. It provides equity to me.
And it's more tax money for
It's not even about tax money, it's just equity within the appraisal. So I want to be as accurate as possible. But those 63s don't want me to be accurate.
Oh, I know. You're
And
not
so,
popular.
and so you pointed out the very obvious thing that all of us understand. I only get the data when I get the data. The subject property sold for 270. It is not under protest. The only thing under protest is equity. We'll go back to my comps. There's a reasonable number of properties that are appropriately adjusted. Appropriately adjusted in our equity comps. Again, she brought up sales again, or equity comps. 4MB, 4MB plus, 4MB plus, 4MB plus, 4MB plus, 4MB plus. All of them are 4MB plus. They're all within 1,000 square feet of one another. This is 17 and change, roughly, yeah, 16 and change, 16 and change. Go to the next one. This is the biggest, increase is about 300 feet, 300 square feet. If you look at these, what are all these homes? What is all the congruent things? 1965 original build, 1970 original build. They both had some remodeling. Okay. Same thing is true for the first two.
Okay, you have 1 minute to close. Any final thoughts?
Not really. I mean, I didn't understand that whole equity. So it's a good learning experience. I mean, I understand both parts. I just feel like this home has some updates. And when you say market value, there's a lot of things that go into market value. There's the fact that I had been looking for 3 months and had really hard time buying last year and felt pressure. And then I had a realtor that kept telling me, "Oh, just make a full price offer." And there's all those things that go into what actually happens. And then there is actual condition of the home, which isn't at the top. It's got some problems. And we definitely have a lot more investment to do. And I want to have that money to investment, not that I don't want to give it to you guys, but at the same time, that's an extra $1,500 a year that I could be putting into the home versus so it is what it is. I made my game.
Okay, all right. Mike, you have 1 minute to close too.
First of all, what do you do for a living?
My current title is a reservoir economics technician. Basically, I'm a numbers nerd. I work. I'm been in oil and gas my whole life, but I work on the financial analysis side.
Again, this is two property owners back to back in consecutive days that presented an excellent presentation, regardless of how we disagree about the value.
I used to work in oil and gas acquisitions and divestitures.
Nice.
So all I did was market comps.
Yeah. Obviously,
it's a little different.
Yeah. Obviously, appraisal and equity, like being accurate with your appraisal, market value, and equity are tied together. The subject property owner indicated that they paid $270. They said that they got $265 for that, with the $5,000 valuation change. My equity comps support the valuation of $271. The subject property is currently assessed at $264. They've done their own analysis. I've done my own analysis, and you get to choose.
Our time.
It's our time.
Can you go back, please, up to the chart that had the page that had four properties?
Up.
Which this up?
Down.
Down?
I've had my slide deck.
There. Is this the one that? Yeah, this is the one that had the 2 equity and 2 sales. The ones that are not grayed out, those are the ones that you.
I said we're a little
consistent with.
Those are the pictures are all up presented earlier on in the slide
Yeah.
deck.
And it's from those 4 that you derive your value that you believe is what?
Well, if you look at just the equity, because there are 2. There's the one in Sorensen and the one in Percival.
Mm-hmm.
And those average $98 a square foot for improvement. So backing that into the size of the home would imply, the 219 number. And then on the 2 sales comps, they're 109 and 103, so they average 26, and that would give you 234. And then if you looked at, I don't know if average multiple, I didn't understand how they worked together, the sales. Anyway, that would give you the 102 number, which is right around you average all four. So basically you have a,
How much do you believe you're going to have to spend to fix those things which were not divulged at the closing?
well, I mean, I guess technically I knew everything, because I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I knew it needed an air conditioner. I pushed them to try, and they just were like, we put all this money into it, remodel the kitchen. But, you know, I mean, so I guess there are lots of other things I want to do
You
to
brought up
fix.
the
I had
win-
to fix
you
the
brought up
paint.
the windows and the problem with the floor. Those were divulged at closing?
Well, I knew about air conditioning. I had had 3 air conditioning inspections, and I had to pay for a plumbing inspection. I paid $1,000 for the inspection before I sold the house. My realtor was like, you really need to inspect the heck out of this thing. It's just, they would not repair the air conditioner. They said they had a warranty. Their
Right.
warranty guy said it's
So they
fine.
left it for you to do.
Oh, yeah, but you know, they
Yeah,
basically
if
carved
I-
back some money. at
If I did the
closing.
math right, you originally said you had $25,000 worth of repairs that have been identified, for which they gave you $5,000 off the price, right? So that left $20,000 for you to do. Did I get that right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Comments?
That's major. Seems to me the district supported their case here. I do see that there are some issues with the house, but as the homeowner has attested, they knew about that at closing. About most of the things at closing.
But in the negotiation, didn't get the full price.
Did not. Correct.
It was short $20,000 off the sale.
I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, generously, I would consider going from 264 to 244. And could considerably go, we could conceivably go, last could go. Well, anyway, I would say
We went
240.
244? That's 20,000. Okay.
Yeah. 244. Okay.
Dan, you had a great presentation. Thank you for your time.
I'll make a motion on case ID 2021-66, account number 6226223. When considering Q2 appraisal ratio exceeding the level of appraisal equity value, that we lower the 2021 evaluation from 264,400 to 244,000.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
I've got an older brother that does reservoir economics. He retired.
Yep.
Did that his whole career.
I've done it for 30 years, and hopefully I can do another 5.
Yeah.
That was a good part.
Thanks.
Excellent
Appreciate it.
presentation.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And how did you pull your data?
321.
From CAD, mostly very manually.
You manually did
321
that?
is going to be the next one.
For your final
All
slide?
Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah. and then
For
we
your
have one more
final slide,
somewhere.
I went and just went and pulled all the houses and picked it. Some of it I could kind of export, and then I had to add all the extra columns like, because it just basically gave me the total value.
Okay.
Yeah, I did that a long time ago, and then once I got the data packet, well, I probably need to base it off
Yeah, I
Because-
understand.
that. In Fort Bend County, all they care about is market data. They don't do this equity stuff.
Well, Fort Bend County has, they have a model that they're very difficult because they have a model that they developed over the years.
Because after Harvey, my house dropped 25%.
Yeah,
They did not drop mine, so I had to go and I had to do it. Now they're finally,
yeah,
I'm agreeing with them because values are coming back up to where they
Yeah.
were through Harvey. But that was my first one. I used to hire O'Connor, and to me, they're worthless.
I mean, don't beat around the bush. Say what you think.
So sorry, those guys are your friends, but so I just decided I was going to do it myself because one of my coworkers, she bought rent. Like, do it yourself.
Well-
You save some money, obviously.
well, they never would have done this.
Oh, no, they don't. And they won't even take your call.
Mhm.
So like, I was trying to explain to them, I don't have a spot in my pool and they keep expecting me to have a spot like over there and they don't even take the call. So
Yeah.
I'm like,
We gotta get in front of them.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Yeah.
guys.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is Sowell, David Sowell.
Okay,
Ready for me to call?
sure.
Apparently I have to put in some numbers.
Thank you for calling Fluid Thread. If you know your party's extension, you can enter it at any time.
Is that the bottom?
Yes.
Okay. Didn't it disconnect?
Hi, David. Mr. Soul, how are you this morning?
Doing well.
This is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. Look, we have some administrivia to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. I'm going to go through a preamble and I'm going to probably ask a few questions along the way, okay?
Okay.
Very good. We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-321, account number 71031. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. I'm assuming we have all of your evidence. Is that correct?
It is, it's correct.
Thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Carr, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. I am assuming, David, that you are under oath as you signed the affidavit. You understand?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. Mike?
My name is Michael Soto. Do solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District of the Grant.
David, do you hold a appraiser's license?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have in front of you, or can you put your hands on something called the hearing procedure time?
I noticed the protest hearing. I'm not sure where the hearing procedure is. Let me look.
Well, that's okay. We'll walk you through it. It's
Yeah,
just,
yeah.
it's
Okay.
just a matter of, you get to choose. Do you want to go first, or do you want Mike, the district, to go first?
I'll let Mike go.
Okay,
Okay, the subject property is here. Reserve. Yeah, 124 Reserve Lane. We currently have a value here of 821 and change. 821 and change. It's in the reserve, Central Bay. It's a house like many of the houses out there. You have a mixture of a pretty new development out there. You have houses that are still even being constructed. And again, you have like the condominium complex being constructed. This is a house. Two things that are processed for market value and equity. So we have 8.1 change in the subject. Continue on. You know, if I didn't have a blue mark around this one, you wouldn't hardly be able to tell the difference between a lot of these houses. They're very similar. They're all built by this. I believe they're all built by the same developer or construction company represented by the developer. So I mean, very high congruency. People react very well to high congruency in a marketplace. It proves reliability and safety in a marketplace. So what is the marketplace telling us? What are sales in that area telling us? The subject property is, of course, you can see that they're all about the same class. They're all going to be within subclass that we're with. Subject property is at 821. The very first sale that we have is at 746. It sold a pretty fresh sale. That's in February of this year's sale. It's a little bit smaller than the subject, 1 year older than the subject. The land is slightly different, so there's a smaller district, 36,000. That indicated value is 813 and change. The next one is on 132 Reserve Lane. That one sold for 799.
Sorry.
799. 799 800. Again, that's about the same size as the subject. They're the same year as the subject. It's a pretty good comp. And that one appraises out at 806. The difference being the land itself. Again, the way the land is, it's right there. 110 Reserve Lane is the last comp I had. That's in October of 20. That sold for 906. Again, same classification. It's much bigger than the subject. That one appraises down to 844. There's a smaller land change as far as the land value is concerned. But even with all three of those sales that are in that market area, what the district can prove is 813. We have 821. 813 is all we can prove. 813, 424. From an equity basis, we're in better shape. If you just look equitably, these are not necessarily sales, but how do we appraise properties here? Again, you're looking at 2640, 2647, 2624. They're all the same year built. They're really close as far as land values. Continue on. 2698, 2760, all within the same year built. They're all the same classification. The equity just is solid at 826. What's good about this, even though, you know, you say, well, it's not good because its market value is 821 and we're 813. If you look at the difference between 813 and 826 on both grids, it's $13,000 on an $800,000 valuation. Statistically, this is solid. So, but having said that, you should go to the 813 from the market value standpoint. That's all I got.
There are no land sales.
It's a house. That's what we present as house value.
Okay, you done?
Yeah.
Okay, sir, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination, and then you have 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'm going to give you 7 minutes on the timer.
Okay, so I don't know about cross-examination. I attached a spreadsheet that I made showing, I think it's 34 homes. This property with structure on it. All these homes face the bay. I didn't run any values on the one on the canal. So the problem that I have is that the first 15 homes, from whatever the start is, whatever address I've got it on there, I think, let me see, 108 reserve down to 134 reserve. We're paying $27.84 per square foot on land. Once you get past that house, almost everything past is $20 per square foot on land. I'm not trying to protest structure, but what I don't understand, I guess, is why we're paying $7.84 more than anything past Posey House, which is again 134.
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah, 134. So after 134 it drops down to the $20, and it's actually been like this for maybe 5 to 6 years. I didn't even see it in the beginning. Now you guys did reduce it to like I think $32 and change per square foot, but it looks like this is just some kind of algorithm, because even when I go back 4 years, the first 15 homes were always paying more per square foot on land than after that 134 reserve. For whatever reason, the land is always cheaper, and I guess I don't understand. This is all the same land. We all have the same boardwalk in front of us, the same amount of feet into the wetlands and everything. So there's nothing. Our property is not any more special than the rest of them down from 134. So I guess what I'm asking is, if $20 is it, that's where I want to be at per square foot. I don't want to be at $27.84. I don't know why I'm $7.84 high. Can someone explain that?
Okay.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the answer would be is I guess in the first section here that he's
I'm
describing.
gonna put it on Mosaic.
Okay.
And see if it'll cooperate.
So I think you mentioned, how many lots did you mention, sir?
It's 15 homes total.
Yeah, and
From
so
110, I think, all the way up to 134.
yeah, I think it's these right in here that he's talking about, right in here. This is the original PUD. They're all the same price per square foot. And then the lots start getting bigger, and they start getting bigger. They start getting to where they're different shapes and sizes. There's a pretty high congruency up here. And we didn't, as funny as this sounds, we don't determine what that price per foot is. The market really tells us what these are worth. And so you have a myriad of these different shapes and sizes that are going on right in here, as opposed to the high congruency which you see at 27 right there. And how do we arrive at that? So the question was, why the difference? The market tells us the difference. We actually have abstracted land sales, if you want to think about it in that term, because we actually have house sales with land sitting underneath them that are telling us that that land in there is more valuable for whatever reason. These, obviously, if I looked at this one and said, okay, this is a 27, the market says, no, it's not worth 27, it's only worth 20. I'm only willing to pay this for an economy of size. And the economy of size is understood. It's a common method practice, because if you get bigger, you pay less per unit. It's just what the marketplace is telling.
Okay, so as you get further down the street, then the lots just get bigger.
They're just on a different land table because they're different sizes, they're bigger, they're not as high congruent.
Not necessarily what has to.
They may or may not have a house on top. Yeah.
Okay. All right, anything else?
Yeah, so, well, is it my turn to talk? Or
Yes, you still have a little over 2 minutes.
So one question is, if a house that, let's just call it the first 15, sells for $800,000, how do you determine what part of that is land and what part of that is structure? And then the second thing is, when we talk about how the lots get larger, some of them are actually 400 square feet more than mine, and that's not enough to raise the price of mine by $7.84. So again, I get what you're saying, and I understand. I'm not arguing the price of my structure, the dollar amount of the structure. My argument is this land thing is not, it's not right. And I think, actually, I know I'm not the only one that's protested the price per square foot on land. And I know that. So somehow, when I look at my neighborhood where I live here in Houston, and I look at property tax, and I go in there and differentiate between the structure and the land. All the land in my neighborhood is priced per square foot the same. So again, I'm paying $7.84 more, which is what are we talking? $75,467.84 for this land that is no different than down the street. Now we can talk about again size of lots. But there's lots, I'm looking at my spreadsheet right now, 10,018 square feet by 9626. There's a lot that's 8,000 square feet, and that property is sitting at $23 a square foot. So I think there needs to be a little bit of fairness with this. And that, again, that's what I'm protesting. I think that my land value, the price per square foot, needs to be lower. It needs to be in that $20 range. There's no difference. The soil, they came in with the soil, they developed that whole street at once. No one has, I don't have anything worth more than the next guy next to me. Or if you look at even the lots that don't have structure, they're at $20 per square foot.
Okay, you'll have some more time later. Mike, then you got 2 minutes for district rebuttal.
Right. What I would say just generally is that the subject property is a house. There's an abstracted land valuation that I can just talk about generally that I mean, you can look at the sales ratio and you can actually see prices of lots that are further down the street that are selling for something on 20. Now, the question would be, well, how do you assess this one at 27 and that one at 20? Well, the market tells us that. The market on that street tells us that this is more valuable in that front section. And you can say, well, wait a second, it should be on an equal basis per square foot. That would be true if they were all the same, but they're not. They're different. They're different in size, they're different in shape down to the south. And the market is telling us that those are only worth 20. The market is also telling us that house sales right along that front section are what we've shown. We actually have, if we go to house sales, don't get all bamboozled. We're talking about house valuation with land underneath. 746, 799. Go to the next one. 906. Those are real sales of properties right next door that are very similar to the subject. If the subject property owner wants to tell you, hey, the land should be okay. We've been through this discussion in a previous hearing, the same type of discussion. Don't get bamboozled. This whole property is worth at least 813 that we have on it. You know, if he wants to tear apart our appraisal methodology, the value has to go somewhere. So should the house be more? I mean, that's a case. I'm not going to change my whole methodology to satisfy this property owner when I have other pieces of information in my sales ratio study that indicate that land further down the road is worth less because it's bigger. That's a general methodology. It's called an economy of size. It holds true. It's in my sales ratio study. How much time do I have?
When I started, you're done.
Okay.
So I started a little late, so you're 2 minutes are up. Okay, you have David. You have 1 minute to close. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, so basically, if I understand, Mike, what you're saying is that, within the last year, the property sales have, gone up and houses are selling left and right, and that's a popular area. So if that's the case, then why is it that the price per square foot went down this year as opposed to last year? And last year we were at $32.84. So again, if property sales are up and homes are selling for more money and all that. Why are we down? We're down 15% over last year on land, price per square foot.
Yeah. So what I would say to that is that, you know, in your case, let's see. Why are you down?
Everyone's down. Everyone's down all across the board. It goes 15%. If you look at column N on my spreadsheet,
Oh, yeah.
it's 15% down, and then it drops to 22.33 on the $20. And there's 3 properties that are up 8.73, 0.9%, and 5.82. But in other words, it's like,
I don't even know where.
if sales are up again, why is the price per square foot down? Why are property, why is the land value down? You can compare it to column, I think, K and M.
So was that his 1 minute?
Yeah.
Okay. Again, that. In trying to answer that question, prior year value was 750,000. This year's 821. There was a change in both the land and the improvement, where the land went down and the improvement went up. That's it generally in a nutshell for that area.
Okay.
2 things under protest: the market value and equity. From a market value standpoint, all we can prove is 813. From an equity standpoint, it's 826. The subject is at 821. Statistically speaking, those are very close. That's my evidence.
Okay. Mike, how many different land tables are in that neighborhood? I'm just curious.
I think that we have at least 3. Is that right? 4? I think we have 3 or 4.
No,
5. Oh, we have condos that are.
well,
That would be 6.
Okay, yeah, I would kind of discount the condos. I'm thinking individual
Okay.
home.
So we have, and try to answer the question, pull in just one time. So we have these, pull it down a little bit. We have these along here, which is land table. We have this along here, which is the
Water side.
water side, the canal side. And we have 2 of those land tables. We have up here and down here. And then over here, we have another land table, so that's 4. And then the condos, this right here, we have a superior bay view over here at the very end, which is, I think, 5.
Okay.
Without going into it, I think we can.
All right. Can we see on the split? I'm trying to get a sense of the layout of these first 15 and some odd properties. The ones that are at 27.
You want to see where it changes from 27 to 20?
Yeah, I could.
Sure. Let's go into account. Let's go into this account, the 771,026.
I wrote that in. Wrong place. Hold on.
That one is at the 27. It's the 8. If you go into the quick review, it's the 80.
It's this, Mike.
Yeah, it's the adjustment right
Yeah.
here.
So 32.
5% of 32.
Yes.
85% of 32.75, whatever that. 32.75.
Mhm.
Times 0.85.
70.
That's 27.83.
Mhm.
So then go to the I don't know if that may be it or not. Just go
Okay,
back to the
hold on.
commentary. Go to 67311. Right, so that's, again, market value. That's the $20 a foot. You'll notice the difference in the legal description as well. See, this is a boardwalk, it's a block 1, lot 10, and then it just gives an acreage of what that is, as opposed to the PUD at boardwalk PUD block 1 in a certain lot number. So that's the difference. If you're looking for where that is, go into the commentary. This is the PUD, this is the PUD, I believe, right over here for this side, but then it starts a land table that way.
Okay, so from about 71,026
Down, yeah,
down is 20,
right,
and from there up is 27.
that's correct.
We look at 71,032, the house next to him.
Yes.
I just want to be sure that it's the house next to him.
Hold on, I gotta make sure I don't screw that up.
Data point, it's the same land value.
The 3275 times the 85%, which is 27.
Right. Well, it would seem to me that
So the other thing that caught my eye is on the sales grid. Give me a second to. Yeah, the adjusted land values in the sales grid are considerably low. So you got 261 for the subject, then we go comp 1 at 231, comp 2 at 237, comp 3 at 253. So I was trying to get a sense of why those are way different than just the values.
Yeah, they're just smaller than the subject. It's alike. They're just smaller. So this is 9626, this is 7056. So they're just smaller.
So the adjustment is lower because of the fact that they're small.
Yeah. So if a comp is better, it's a minus. If the comp is worse, it's a plus because you always adjust to the subject. Here's a really good example. See the 2640 square feet of house, right? And this is 2308, so this is worse. There's a plus adjustment right here for the index. Okay.
So you're just adjusting for lot size.
Just
Same price per square foot.
and yeah, go to the third one. Go to the third one. This, see how this 9626 and 9104 are very close? The adjustment is less. It's closer together.
It's 253, 430 is the appraised land value,
Of that sale.
and the adjustment would be another 14 to bring it, to
Back.
make it comparable.
To make it 2067.
All right, thanks.
Seems the markdown is warranted for the sales.
Yeah. 813.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion on case ID 2021-321, account number 71031. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value or Q2 appraisal method, appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or the equity value, that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $821,080 to $813,000.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so that's it?
That's it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks, David. Okay,
Yeah, there's my phone right there.
I was hoping to wait for him to hang up first.
Oh.
Let's see.
Okay, the last hearing, which is the phone hearing on this docket, is case 404. Going to be Carolina Schlattner. William is not going to participate.
Mhm.
Taking a quick break.
Mhm.
Thanks for explaining that stuff.
Yeah.
Still trying to do it. Fixed in my mind.
Yep.
Oh, man.
How's this afternoon looking?
It's looking busy.
Yeah.
Mhm. Phones and Zooms.
Ugh.
Where it says sure. Or in ID.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. They'll start on the. Once we see this, Charlie comes back and starting.
Chili.
And recently, they just
So you can have 6 names on it, and it doesn't have to be any five.
uh,
6 names. And then one person.
Now,
okay, our next case is 404.
we can start. Go ahead. Sean.
All right.
We have-
And I'll go check on my.
No,
back.
he's in the restroom. He said, go ahead.
Okay.
We're okay. You said this is Caroline?
Yes, Carolina Slack.
Carolina.
Hello.
Carolina,
Yes, hi, this is Carolina.
this is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
Fine, thank you. We have some administrivia to go through before we get to the meat of the matter, so just follow along with me if you will, and I'll ask some questions along the way.
Okay.
We're opening the hearing on case ID 2021-404, account 18989. This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. We do appreciate you taking it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, there'll be a document created with all the particulars in it, and it'll be sent to you by snail mail. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Caroline, I assume we have all of your evidence. Is that correct?
Actually, yes, I didn't send anything, because it's rural land, we have not done anything to be purchased it.
Okay.
So
I just wanted to be
so
sure we had
I don't have
everything.
any pictures because of that.
Okay, that's fine. ARB members who are considering a protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duff, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Carolina, I'm assuming you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as a result of you signing the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony of self present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District.
Carolina, do you hold a Texas appraiser license?
I don't, what do you mean by that? I don't have a license?
You're not a licensed appraiser.
No.
Okay. The governor wants me to ask that question.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Do you have the hearing procedure times handy? It's a chart that was sent to you with the package, and it's got 4 columns on it with times for presentation, cross-examination, rebuttal, and such. Do you remember seeing it?
Oh, are you asking me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yes, I did. I received the package with all this. Yes, I did.
Do you have the hearing procedure times available for you?
It was 10 o'clock.
No. Hearing procedure times is a page with 4 columns on it,
Let me see.
with individual times for presentation. Well, we'll walk you through it if you can find it.
Okay.
I guess the question I have is, do you want to go first, or do you want Mike, the district, to go first?
So I can go first if you'd like.
Okay, that's fine. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, so the reason for my husband and I protesting is the fact that we've purchased this property. It's rural land. We've not made any improvement. There's nothing been added. It's just wrong. So when we receive the tax increase, we don't feel that, we feel that's a little bit high for something that we have not done to it. And we see how other areas have pretty much about the same amount that they're paying for on taxes, and they have, stuff on there are improvements. That's what I wanted to mention.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I'm new to this, so that's all I could think of.
Okay. All right, well, you have more time to speak later. All right, Mike, if you want to go 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation. Good.
So the last purchase or the last transaction I have for the subject property, ma'am, was back in 2017. Is that when you purchased it?
That is correct.
And what did you purchase it for? Do you remember?
Oh, we just purchased it in case we just wanted to get an RV and place it there, but we haven't done any of that due to COVID. I mean, expense.
Yes, ma'am. What I meant to ask was, what I meant to
That
ask.
was the purpose of it, and again, nothing's been done on that property. So.
Thank you so much. What was the purchase price for the subject in 2007?
I'm sorry, what was that?
How much did you pay for it in 17?
31,250, I believe.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you. A few things have happened since then as far as market value transactions in Fulton, and I believe are both equity and
Yes.
Yes.
So the burden of proof is on the district to prove both market value and equal appraisal. So on my evidence, what you see is we have 48 and change of the subject property. How did we come to that figure? This is where it's located. This is 7th Street is where this is located. This is 35 and 3036 at the corner right there. So it's 1 block off of that. How did we arrive at that value? Well, we arrived at that value with other market sales transactions. You can see that this is at 104 7th Street. These other two sales are on 6th Street right here. That the first one sold for 78,000, and that's an older sale. This one's slightly newer. This is a 20 sale. This one sold for 69,000. Continue on. This is on 10th Street. This sold. This is a fresh sale. This is in February of 21. This one sold for 49,900. And this is another one on 7th Street that sold for 49,900. And you can see, okay, where we fallen on the price per square foot, and those indicated values are the 798 right here, the 798 go back. This sold for like 1135 a square foot, and this sold for 837 a square foot. So when you look at all that, it applies the median price per square foot right here, and then you multiply that to get this number, which is the 55,000, which supports the 48,000 that we have on the subject property. So going back just real quick, just generally speaking, the stuff east of 35 has generally been more valuable than the stuff west. So anything 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, all of those are going to have higher value price per square foot typically, what we've seen. And that's evidence, like if you go back, see these are 798, yeah. And you go back, that's 1135 and 837. So that's where you're getting the number from.
Are you saying that 10th Street is on the other side?
Yeah, 10th Street's on the west side. It's just data points that we have. We're looking at the median value, but just typically speaking, if you said, I'll have a lot on 7th Street and I have a lot on 11th Street, which one do you want at the same price? Most people are buying the one on the east side of 35.
Just an observation, but the two numbers 3 and 4 are 21 sales, and the others are.
Yeah, these are 21 sales, and these
They're
are
the most recent sales.
they're the most recent, and they're on the west side. Yeah, they are. They are. They're at the east side of sorry. They're on the east side of the street. Okay, from an equity standpoint, how are we appraising the properties on 7th Street? So if you see, this is 2026 Fulton East, which is the east side of 35. This is 6250 square feet, and it's appraised at 4840. This is 6250 square feet, it's appraised at 4840. The difference there, this one has a TP. This one's identical to this one right here. It's appraised at 4840 as well. Then here's another one that's 40, the land element is 4840. The difference is this one has concrete TP on this one. But the rendered value for the land on the same street where you draw appraised the same. The sales ratio indicates that we're at 99.9 for all of the sales in, how many sales? Go to the first page, it'll tell us. There's 40 sales. Yeah, there's 13 pages worth of sales. I believe there's 40 sales in Fulton, and we're at 99.9 overall. So that's all I got.
Okay. All right, ma'am, you have 2 minutes for protester cross-examination and 2 minutes for protester rebuttal. So I'll give you 4 minutes if you need it. If you don't, that's fine.
So, with what you said with the sales and the fact that the values are higher, as you mentioned, on the east of 35, and we happen to be obviously on the east side, even if without any improvements, and it's been, like I mentioned, the raw land. I mean, is that not going to make a difference that it's nothing's on it versus what other people might have included, some kind of improvement, or even like have, gas lines, water, etc.
Yeah, so that's a great question, ma'am. So those other people are appraised higher for those other improvements that you indicated. It's based on whatever they have, but the land is identical on 7th Street.
Okay, so if we are being compared with property that has raw land as well with no improvements at all.
Yes, ma'am.
So what you're saying is due to that fact that we can't lower the taxes on that for this year?
It would be, and this is Mike Soto speaking for the district, it would be my opinion that the property is appropriately appraised and should not have a reduction. But that's the reason that you're in a hearing. The ARB, the board members get to make that decision based on the information you provided and I provided.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, that's all I have to, bring to the table. It was just a concern, and, didn't know how that works. But I mean, if we would be able to lower our taxes, that would be great. But I understand what you're saying, but I guess our concern is we don't have, it's raw land and nothing's been improved, so.
Yes, ma'am.
It's sales of other lots just like yours that are driving the cost up.
There's no other factors that
Doesn't appear to be.
Where are we?
She's got a minute and a half left. You have a minute and a half left if you need it.
I don't need it.
Okay, all right. Mike, you have then 2 minutes if you need it for district rebuttal, and then we'll go to closing.
Yeah, well, the only thing I would add to rebuttal is that was not presented, but I will say generally, when we're building these packets, we look at what it is. So if it's a house sale, we get house. If it's a house, we get house sales to support it. If it's land, we get land sales to support it. But we do have other data. It's just not, it's not presented because of the type of property it is. We have abstracted land sales. So we have house sales that are there east of 35 that show a general trend of higher values to the east of 35, which is 2026 Fulton East. That's why it has that neighborhood up there. And we have that information out there. It's all on the same table. It was based out of that. So that's what I'll say generally. I think that I don't have anything further. That's all I've got for close as well.
Okay. Ma'am, if you need it, you have 1 minute to tell us anything, any final thoughts?
No, I don't need it.
Okay, all right. So I'm not seeing a change here. It seems like the district has supported their case both on equity and on sales.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I'll make a motion then on case 2021-404, property ID or account number 18989, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value or Q2 appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal or equity value, that the 2021 appraisal of $48,440 remain the same.
Like second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Carolina.
Okay, so what you're saying is what is on the taxes is what it's gonna stay as,
Yes, ma'am.
The appraisal.
Your appraisal.
appraisal, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Taxes are still yet to be determined.
We don't deal with that.
Okay,
Okay?
okay.
Have a good day.
All right,
Joe.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, we're just finishing up. We're probably 5 minutes or so.
So we're recessing. Do we have anything else?
No. That should do it. We'll back at 1:30.
Okay. Did you hit the mute?
Do I?
hit this whenever. Yep. You see the person in Zoom?
Yeah, I don't know.
Go ahead and let them in, and then Charlie will.
Tell me when I should hear him.
All you had to do was hit the. Click this right here. Click that, make it. And then right here,
There we go.
participants,
Okay.
and then admin. And then you can start talking.
Jack? Jack?
Did we press the
Mr.
mic?
Hopper?
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Hello,
Hello?
Jack?
Jack, can you hear us? Oh, I see. If you can't see, but it's coming up. There's a desk there and there's a chair, but there's nobody in it. So
that would explain
it. Yeah.
Hello, Jack.
Still have like a couple minutes.
Hello, Jack. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi there. Sorry about that.
It's Charlie Powers, Appraisal Review Board. Look, we've got some administrative to go through before we get started. So just follow along. I'll have some questions for you along the way.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you. We're opening a hearing on case number 2021-617, account 47741. This hearing is being recorded. We're the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protests today. Around the table of the board, and Mike is representing the appraisal district.
Mike.
The appraisal district, we are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you will complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using a survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate it if you take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created and sent to you by snail mail. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. I'm assuming that we have all of your evidence with the affidavit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Thank you. ARB members who are considering your protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Jack, I'm assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as a result of you signing the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you. Mike?
Yes, my name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Jack, do you hold a Texas appraiser's license?
Do I?
Yeah.
No, sir. I'm just a regular old guy homeowner.
Okay. The governor made me ask you that.
Okay.
Do you have in front of you, or can you put your hands on the hearing procedure time?
The hearing procedure time?
Times. It's a chart with 4 columns on it.
Was that in the package of materials that you all sent?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Hold on. I got all that right here. So what is it that I'm looking for, sir?
Hearing procedure times. It's a chart with 4 columns on it.
Okay, hold on a second. I got the evidence. I've got the. Yeah. Yes, sir. Got it right here.
Great. On top, you'll see that there are 2 columns that either you go first or the district goes first. Which would you choose?
I'll just go first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, well, I don't think it's going to take that long, to be perfectly candid with you. I think really what I have to say, I guess in super formal on my part. So as I put on the affidavit, as far as the appraised value of the house is concerned, I would like to think that it's taken into consideration. This is an older house built in 1978. It needs work, and that's why I included, for instance, the inspection report from when I bought the house, and then a quote for some windows because it needs all new windows, and I'm going to put in storm windows because, well, it makes sense if I'm going to replace the windows to do that. I included it, I think I just did a screenshot of like a Redfin appraisal, or not appraisal, but for another property down there that we actually looked at 1231 South Magnolia. I think the appraised value on that's $333,000. That's a new house built in 2009. It's 1,231 square feet. At the appraised value that you all have it at, which is $333,000, which is actually, I think that house sold for like $319. We looked at that house. We wanted to buy that house, but it went under contract while we were standing in it, in fact. So, that property is valued at $252 a square foot. And that's a new house. Our house, not only does it need new windows, it needs new siding, it needs new paint. The square footage of our house is 858 square feet. It does have a little built out section on the bottom. I can't really read from you all's valuation of improvements. I think it shows something about 248 square feet. There's no way that thing's that big. Even with that little built out area below, I haven't measured it, but there's no way that house is more than 1,000 square feet. There's another house that we actually looked at, 819 South Magnolia, that you all have valued at $170,000. That's 724 square feet. That house was built in 1955. So that's appraised at $235 a square foot. The other thing that I would note is we bought our house furnished. The people that we bought the house from, it was turnkey. We just brought our toothbrushes. So, I don't know how you can value furniture, but I guess what I'm saying is that, there's all these things thrown into the blender. If you just kind of look at the variation on the price per square foot that you all have it appraised at, my house is being appraised at $268 a square foot, and that's with the That's with the, if you took into the 858 plus the 248, which I think is what y'all are referring to. I don't want to toggle back and forth between screens because I don't want to lose you, but on the improvements, it's something I don't remember the exact designation you have, but even taking that into consideration, the square footage of our house would be 1,100 square feet. And I'm here to tell you there's no way that it's that big. But that prices it at $268.14 a square foot. If you took just the 858 square foot, which is what like on Redfin, for instance, and what you all have for the main part of the house, that's $345 a square foot. And that's versus the house at, for instance, at 819 South Magnolia, which was built in 1955. That's $235 a square foot. And that not brand new, but really new, 2009, the one at 1231 South Magnolia, which is 1,320 square feet, you all have it valued at $252 a square foot. So, I mean, I'm coming in significantly higher than both of those, which, you know, my house is kind of between the 819 South Magnolia, which was built in 1955, and the
Jack, time's up. You'll get some more time later on, but your 5 minutes is up.
Okay.
But Mike, you have 2 minutes for district cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Sure. I just want to verify that you paid $308,000.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. On your settlements, you talked about personal property. Was there any value attributed in your settlement statement for your personal property, or was it just kind of, we're just going to leave this here?
Nah, it was all lumped in, you know.
So there's no, for the record, the subject property owners indicated they paid $308,000, for which there was no line item associated with the personal property. So all of the value associated with the real estate sales transaction is real property only. You've got, I didn't count the pages, but there's a lot of pages of inspection report here. So I'm going to ask a question because we just went over something like this, and I disagreed with the ARB's decision in that case. I'm going to bring up some more things. Were you aware of all these conditions at the time of the sale?
Yep, I was.
So you were fully informed, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I was informed. I mean, I got the inspection report. I moved forward. We love the house, and feel like I overpaid for it, but that's okay. I mean, we're in Rockport.
Thank you. And that's a great, that summarizes market value in Rockport. I mean, that's it in a nutshell. Having said that, in the last case, not that that's relevant to you, you probably don't care, but in the last case, the subject property owner said, hey, I think I've got to do some windows and I got to do this. And there was an adjustment made based on a testimony that property owner said that they needed. The difference here is that we don't have a brand new house, meaning effective age. In that situation, we didn't have a brand new house. And in this situation, we don't have a brand new house. We just have a house with effective age change. And so we don't have it with brand new windows. So you can't, we have it with the condition of the windows that they are right now. So for you to provide evidence that says, hey, I'd like to replace these windows with impact windows, I know, having gone through Hurricane Harvey and having lost a large portion of my home, that those impact windows they're not cheap. So, there's
no, they're not.
There's no doubt that if you were to replace those windows, there would be, you would have to pay a lot of money for those. Inasmuch, you would enhance the value of your property even more, a higher effective age for that property. So I'm going to go ahead and go through with my evidence here. I guess I can read right here. Subject property is currently appraised at $296,560. We currently have the class of the property of the subject as a 4 FP plus.
That's a hardy plank home. There was a question about the square footage. We have 858 and 274 down below. So we'll get to that in just a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get to that in just a minute. Let me go ahead and go through my presentation, sir, and then we'll get to that. When you get to this is the area in South Rockport. Not only was the subject property owner's property increased, so was everybody else in South Rockport and in this South Rock area. And the reason for that was just sales. I mean, the market was was transacting at a high rate this last cycle. And you can see some of the sales that we have. Obviously, the first sale is the subject sale, sold for 308. What you have in comp number 2 is another sale on Magnolia, sold for 262. You can see that that's also 4FB plus. The major difference there is there's 1 lot versus 2 lots. You can see the size difference. Comp number 3 is one on Austin Street. That one sold for 250. When you look at the median value of those 3 properties, when appropriately adjusted with the subject property, you see a value that's rendered at $301,000. That value supports the value of the subject property. Is the subject sale relevant to the market value in this year's cycle? Of course, it always is. Are we at the 308? No, we're not. We're at 296. Did we take other sales into consideration? Yes, of course we did. Moving on to equity. The equity is also under protest. These are not necessarily sales. These are just other properties in that South Rock area. You can see that the first comp is also on Magnolia, also 4FB plus. That renders a value of 302 when compared with the subject. 932 South Magnolia, also a 4FB plus. On the same street, renders a value of 310 when compared with the subject. This next one is on Church Street, also 4FB plus. That renders a value of 301 when compared with the subject. 722 South Magnolia. That one is a 4SS plus. That's a standard siding home rather than a hardy plank home. That one renders a value of 312 when compared with the subject. You can see that in all cases, the land is adjusted according to their elements. All of the individuals' living spaces and porches are assessed accordingly. And that median value that's rendered is 306. When you look at the two grids, one is producing a value of 301, the other is producing a value of 306. So those are 2 pretty tight grids. What you have after that is just the listing. It's on 2 lots in South Rockport. That attributes to some of that value. Let's see, ready to start. It says private apartment downstairs, approximately 273 square feet. That's where we got that downsize or downstairs area. Not included in CAD square footage, so it's right there. The next page is what you see is some of the remodel that had taken place. This is a nice and freshly done renovated house. So what I would say, stop right there, Jack, is that you had an originally 1978, now it's a 2003 effective age just due to some remodeling events.
Okay. Jack, you have 2 minutes for protester cross-examination and 2 minutes for protester rebuttal.
Okay. Well, I don't really have a much of a cross-examination. I did want to make mention, you had mentioned that my house is categorized as having hardy plank. It does not have hardy plank. In fact, that's another thing that I'm going to have to address. I have to look at the inspection report. I don't think the inspection report says it, but I wasn't down there, so I couldn't take pictures. But I know we noted on the inspection report that there's some rot on the boards. It's wood. It's going to need to be replaced at some point. So I don't know how much of a difference that makes, but it is not hardy plank. I guess the other thing, as far as, I'm not sure where you got the square footage on the bottom is concerned, but, and I don't want to, pick nits here, but I don't think there's any way that thing is that big. I don't know that that makes that big of a difference. And just the last point is just, and I don't know if this is the proper place for it, but it's just on the square footage valuation. As far as those other properties, I don't know the sizes, and I didn't go through the package as you were going through that. I was just listening. I just guess I'm still, we're coming in at higher by, almost $20 a square foot over the South Magnolia, the 1231. And while my house was renovated on the inside, the big renovations, i.e. the windows and the AC, like the whole AC is going to need to be replaced. It's really old. So in any event, I'll just leave it with that.
Okay. All right, you'll have a chance to speak a little more later. Okay, Mike, then you have 2 minutes for district rebuttal.
Okay, what I would continue on with when I go back to the pictures here. You have an older home that was renovated. It was renovated to, some of the pictures that we see right here. There was effective age that was modified as a result of us seeing some of these photos. What I would continue to say is that if you look at the sales ratio, go all the way to the end, there's 66 sales in this area, the whole area down here in that south area, and we're at 103 overall in the weighted mean. It wasn't just the subject property that increased; it was many. Now, this particular one probably increased to a larger, faster rate because of the effective age that was changed that we saw. But even if it hadn't been purchased, we would have seen this and made the change. Made the change. As far as the classification to a 4SS plus rather than a 4FB, we could look at that. If the subject property owner is indicating that it's not hardy plank, it's not going to make much of a difference, but we could look at that.
Yeah.
The 273 was from the listing, so the subject property owner says he didn't want to nitpick that. He thought it was somewhere around there. I think that's what he said.
Ready?
So,
Can you tell by looking at the pictures of the hardy plank?
sometimes the hardy plank runs straight down, so I can't, but you have it under testimony that he believes that it's wood. And hardy plank doesn't typically rot like that. Does not.
Okay.
From 3SS plus?
No,
It says wood
4SS plus.
siding. It says wood siding on the survey price.
Summary.
Inspection.
It takes it to 294 and change.
Okay. Okay, Jack, you have 1 minute for closing. Anything else you want to tell us? Final thoughts?
No, sir, not really. I guess, once again, I think that the inspection report specifically mentions the wood rot on the trim, so that could verify that it is in fact not hardy plank. Just the last thing I would say is, once again, I appreciate your time. I definitely appreciate that the value of the property's gone up. I get that. I'm not expecting the valuations not to go up. I'm just asking for some forbearance to have this on a price per square footage basis, more in keeping with the 1231 South Magnolia at $252 a square foot, somewhere between that and the 819 South Magnolia at $235 a square foot. And if we just, for the benefit of the doubt, even including that square footage, say it's 1,100 square feet, if you took kind of just say half of that at $242 a square foot times 1,100, that brings it down to, 266. So essentially 30 grand less than what we have it appraised at.
Okay.
And the last thing would just be, I get it on the remodels, but trust me, the remodel that was done in there was some kind of like low end vinyl floors. It's got some pretty things in it, but the real remodeling is the stuff involving, the windows and the AC and that kind of thing.
That's all.
Thank you.
Jack, time's up.
Yes, sir.
So Mike, you have 1 minute to close.
Closing, what I would say, subject property owner brought, the one thing, that we agree with is just to change the classification from hardy plank to wood. We've done that in the system. Both the grids support the value that we have on the subject property. Having said that minor class change, but the minor class change puts it to 294 and change. What is that number?
294, 740.
740, and that's where I think it should.
Okay. So it's our time to deliberate. You did say, Mike, this is a double lot. This house has 2 lots?
The square footage is listed on the card right there. Go back up to the card. The card is 10,000 square feet. Yeah.
Okay. So that in and of itself could be a reason for a higher square footage.
Oh, yeah,
price
for sure.
per foot.
Yeah, land down there is valuable.
Yeah. Okay. I'm thinking the 294, 740.
Can we take a peek at the sketch to just see whether there's any issue with the square footage that he was looking at? Yeah, if you could go out one more where you were. Thank you.
Kind of upper right corner there that you made 274 square feet. They've got a, on the card, I think it's 240.
Yeah, there's a PDC and PDO down below, or that's the porch of the deck, covered deck, is that?
Yes.
Yeah, the 2 living spaces that we have are 858 and MAS at 274. MAS is secondary, which is downstairs.
Oh, okay. Which is what shows on the card there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Jackie moved the thing over 1 to the left at MA. It was like flush to the left. You know what I mean? Yeah, there you go, right there.
And that jives with the listing
Within the square foot.
within a square foot. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Very good. All right. So I move then and on case ID 2021-617, account number 47741. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or equity value, that we lower the 2021 appraised value from 296,560 to 294,740.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Jack, that's it.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time. And, couple $1,000 is a couple $1,000. So I'm glad we were able to cover all that. And thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you, Jack.
Have a great day.
Okay, you too. Bye-bye now.
The case number.
Okay, our next case number is 94. Mr. Ebram. Joseph Ebram.
Very much.
Zoom, phone, what?
Ready? Okay, just waiting for you to give me the.
Hello, it's Joe Abram.
Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Abram. This is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you today?
I'm doing fine, sir.
Very good. We have some administrivia to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. If you just sort of follow along.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case number 2021-94, account 13482. This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing today, a document will be created that has all particulars in it and tells you what you can do. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is very important. Do you have all of your evidence in?
Yes, sir.
Very good, thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect.
Didn't catch that, I'm sorry.
We're signing an affidavit to swear that we did not communicate with it about your protest. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. I'm assuming, sir, Mr. Abram, that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as a result of you having signed the affidavit.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Mike?
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear to affirm the testimony shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Mr. Abram, do you hold a appraiser's license?
Do I have what license?
An appraiser's license. Okay, thank you. Do you have in your hand, or can you put your hands on the hearing procedures times document?
I don't have it. I'd have to dig for it. I just have my stuff I faxed in. Hearing procedure, you're saying?
Yeah, it's 4-column chart.
Yeah, I hear it for times. Let's see.
Yeah, hearing procedure times.
Yeah, that protest presentation, yes, all that,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Would you like to go first, or would you like Mike to go first?
I guess I could go first because mine seems to be easy. I know my property has been brought up to almost a livable position. We're almost done with final touch-up painting and stuff like that. I agree that the tax should go up on it, but I think it's an excess because as I sent in with my documentation, no one can sell a property right now because there's a lien filed against all 118 units. There's the exterior, as the pictures show, our decks are destroyed. There's landscaping is in terrible shape, irrigation, water washing out of underneath our decks because we're trying to get all that fixed up under this assessment that was imposed. We still must pay for our deck. So agreement that tax should go up, I just think it's a little excessive.
Do you have anything else?
Well, no, that'd probably be it, sir.
Okay.
Do you know the amount of the liens on the on the property?
No, not totally. I think, it's because, general contractor didn't complete the work. I was on the board for years and years, so I know that there's a pretty good hunk of money that's been held because we're going through paying for this stuff ourselves because of roof leaks, electrical, air conditioning, stuff that he should have did. So that's going to have to work itself out. Like I said, the big thing is if you see those pictures in front of my condo, there's no landscaping, there's nothing. It's just not a livable, nice place right now. And again, I agree that my taxes should go up. And if I had to guess, I should be somewhere at 260, something like that, like other people I've seen come. And I just don't believe that 327 or whatever is a little high at this time because we're not done.
Okay. The inside of the condominium is complete?
Almost, like I said, we're doing finish up painting, some final furniture move in, mirrors and stuff like that. The electrical closet on the outside can't be finished because that's where my lighting goes to my pier. So I kind of got it halfway, to where I can use it. But the condo is livable, most definitely. So we go down and stay in it. So again, I agree.
Okay.
There should be some interest.
Okay. Anything else?
That's pretty much it. I didn't want to get into, other properties and stuff. There's one sold next to me and stuff like that. That's not what I'm here for today. I just really, I know that there is exterior that needs to be done, and you see that in all the documentation on the assessment and stuff like that.
Okay. All right. You'll have more time later. Okay.
Okay.
All right, Mike, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Right. So in my cross-examination, you have a document number 12, or I think it says 12 at the top, and it's dated April 1st. So prior to April 1st, did you know, and we've heard it called a constitutional lien before, did you know anything about it prior to this letter?
Is that question directed at me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
April 12th, I'm not sure when I was made aware of it, other than I know some people trying to sell the property and board members contacted me and said that the lien had been filed. I do not know that exact date, sir.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so what he submitted is an April 1st of 2021 document. We've heard a couple other cases like this, and again, I disagree with the board's decision in both of those cases. And the reason why, and this is something I didn't bring up that I'm going to bring up right now. The appraisal date is January 1st of the given year. So I'm going to give you a hypothetical. If you had a vacant piece of land and you built something on April 1st, the district would carry just the land value. Conversely, if you had a house that was on land and it was there on January 1st, it burned on April 1st, you would carry the house because it was the conditions and the market value commensurate with the conditions on January 1st. What I'm going to prove is that this constitutional lien was not in place on the day of January 1st of 2021. And how I'm going to prove that is I'm going to show you a sale in Bay House subsequent to January 1st. And this is not a point that I really harped on the last time, but I'm going to this time. So let me go to my evidence. So you can see that last year we were like 65%. The subject property owners indicated that he's mostly there. I think he's got a few items. I'm open to hear whatever those deficiencies are on the first of the year. I guess I could ask that question. What did you have left to do on the first of the year? Like on January 1, what was left to do on the house or the condo?
Oh, that was considerably more because again, the general contractor failed to perform. So I had to hire my own contractor and get it done. So I made numerous trips and, my contractor helped me out a bunch. He did it a lot faster than, again, because Roadrunner didn't perform.
Okay.
So it was not even livable, I don't think, January 1st.
Okay, that's something I can listen to, and we can use that in the cross or rebuttal time or whatever.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay.
I mean, as far as the percent completeness, I'm willing to listen to whatever that is. Having said that, we have it as complete. and I'm going to present my analysis as complete. Continue on. Well, I'm sorry, go back. Subject property is currently assessed at 327. Continue on. This is the subject property right here, in the middle overlooking Canoe Lake. This is 2302 Bay House, the one right next door, sold for $331,550. It's even smaller than the subject. It's 1233 square feet as opposed to 1392. It has more effective age, meaning that it was remodeled to a better degree than the subject, but it's right next door. Furthermore, this is my point. This constitutional lien, this whole thing that everybody's bringing to your attention, you can say that, hey, that matters. Definitely does, but not as of the appraisal date. 2/12/21 is when this sold, which says that constitutional lien or any transaction on January 1 was not effective. Very important point. Very important point. Further moving on, I think because the only thing under protest is other, but I think the other derives pointing to market value, so I'm going to continue with this process. Another sale that you had in October, 308, renders a value of 336. Again, that's about the same size, a little bit smaller than the subject. Third comp, this is another Bay House sale, November of 20, okay? Again, 1233 versus 1392. Again, smaller than the subject. Renders a value of 333,095. The subject is at 327. How are we treating these properties in equity basis? These are not necessarily sales. Moving on. 327 is the median value because I'm pulling up other comps that are just like the subject. 1392, 1392, 1392, continue on. 1394, I guess there's 2 square feet difference. Renders a value of 327,030 because they're the same. So the very important point that I want to push home, we are required to give an appraisal as of January 1 of 2021. Now, having said that, if this condition, constitutional lien, still exists in January 1 of 2022, then they all have a good case. That's all I got.
Okay. Mr. Ebram, you have then 2 minutes for rebuttal, protester rebuttal.
Okay, I wasn't using the constitutional lien as my only means of showing the value of the property. Yeah, people will pay more for a piece of property, and I didn't even send in, I had the information to send in on other properties that are same size as mine that are lower than me. There's a bunch of them out there, and there's one sold, I think it was 1902, was less. So that wasn't my thought. Mine was to show you the condition of the exterior of this property. We are not through from Harvey and Uri, okay? And as those pictures show, if you came to buy that condo, yes, it's been redone, almost complete, but look at my outside, look at my deck. I mean, I should have taken a picture of it of my neighbor at 2301. His is separating so bad, somebody's gonna get hurt. So I'm not asking this thing to stay at 173 or where it was. I'm just asking that some consideration be given to the exterior of a property, which means property value too.
Mike,
That's my main discussion.
yeah, Mike asked the question a little while ago, and let me re-ask the question. What was the condition of the house? How complete was it on January the 1st?
January the 1st of this year, again, it wasn't, I don't believe we were livable because I know we didn't finish. We worked through the summer to get it where we could even start moving in, I think like September. So you're saying of 21?
21.
I know it was livable, but it's not to the point it is now. I mean, you got all the things after you get the thing done, from air conditioning to finishing flooring and stuff like that. I cannot tell you, but it was probably livable January 1st, but that still doesn't answer my question of the outside condition of what all has to be done to that condo complex. Doesn't affect the value, the swimming pool, they're trying to get the swimming pool repaired. There's, one of them that's got a big crack in it. So, again, that is my big argument. There's a lot of work outside.
All right.
In district rebuttal, in district rebuttal, what I would say is that I'd like to know, I mean, we do have that percent complete worksheet. I did say right from the beginning, like if the guy's not finished on January 1st, or if you have some elements that are not, I want to hear about that. I say that we make that appropriate adjustment. My biggest thing for the previous two hearings that we've had in here have all been constitutional lien things, and my point was that I disagreed with both of those judgments, and I needed to show that that was not in place on January 1st of 2021. Do you have that? Okay, so on my district rebuttal, sir, I'd like to ask you questions, and we'll just kind of go down this list. I'm going to hit this light. So obviously it was dried in, roof was complete, and your AC was roughed in. Was your sheetrock up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and your doors and trim?
That, again, I wasn't prepared to.
That's okay.
That wasn't my argument. But anyway, I know the doors were up. I don't know if final painting was, we're way away from final painting now. So I know
So
it's
painting
finally
is off right there. That's 6.
Yeah.
You want to restore it? Yeah. Where's your range and like your in your kitchen, was your range done? Showers?
And again, I wish I would have been prepared to do this because I wasn't talking about my inside.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm just trying to, at this point, I just want to properly assess any incompleteness as of January 1. So I'm doing the best I can, but you've got to help me.
No, I understand. I wish that would have been, that's a long time.
Take your best shot at at these items.
Yes. Yeah. Just say yes or no. Was your flooring done?
Yes.
Okay. Your plumbing fixtures, were they done?
Yes.
Was your electrical complete?
I would say no, because we had light fixtures and stuff that were back ordered and stuff. That was a big problem.
So flooring is carpet and linoleum. Hardware, like your doorknobs and stuff and your kitchen cabinet pulls, were those done?
No.
That's a
We're
1.
still finished.
That's 1. You said you had some grading and some landscaping outside and some patio work to do, right? 3 and 1.
The picture, you have those pictures that I sent in.
3 and 1. 3 and 1. And then cleaning is not complete, so that's a 1.
Right.
Was your AC done? Your AC compressor outside?
Yes.
Okay, so I would add those up right there. That's
14.
okay. Based off the back and forth that we had, it looks like you were 86% done. There was 14 percentage point elements that you said that were not done, and I'd be glad to make that change. Would you, again, I'm finished with my rebuttal time. I'll do what you want, board. I mean, I've got to.
You want to put it on the.
I can do it now if you want me to. I know I'm done with my time.
Yeah.
86% complete, hits apply, recalculate, and yes, and then we go to this, we go to summary, and that puts it at 291,840.
291,840.
I think it's a little high. I'll go 280.
It's not quite that negotiable.
291,840.
Yeah, it's strange. Again, I was on that board for 9 years, and I know 2 board members came there and they got it lowered with no objection. They just got a phone call. So I don't know where we're going from here, but I wish I would have been totally prepared or sent in all the other things for units that are not taxed at that rate.
Okay. Yeah, you have one more minute to tell us any final thoughts.
Final thoughts is you've taken really, I don't think any consideration of a deck on that property means a lot. And that deck with, I can't have grandchildren and stuff running around out there. They're going to get hurt. You've got property has no kind of shrubbery, no irrigation. It's washing out. The pictures, the latter one shows the water washing out from underneath my deck. that takes no consideration. We talked all about the inside of my condo, which I was not prepared because I wasn't gonna argue that part of it, you know? So I think you're being a little stringent. I think a little bit more could be discounted off. We've got a lot of work to do yet.
Okay. Mike, you done?
In closing, what I'd like to say is there was two things, there was only other provided as something, but I think that the other is pointing back to the value. The two grids that I showed support the value. Furthermore, the most important point has to do with that constitutional lien. For this protest and any future protest, I'm saying that that condition did not exist on January 1st. That is really important. Furthermore, the subject property owner indicated that they had some things that were deficient. We went down that list. It wasn't all just inside, sir. I will say that the decks and the patio is actually one of those things that the cleaning, the landscaping, all of those are things on the outside as well. So those are things that we discounted to come to the 86%.
Okay. So it's our time to deliberate. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking all this outside stuff, it pertains to everybody, not just this unit. So it kind of comes out in the wash, doesn't it? I mean, for the whole complex, it affects everybody's. Or am I not?
Well, each unit has its own decking.
Okay.
What I'm having trouble with is there's a document that has the number 16 on it. It's way down near the bottom.
Just a
It's
taxpayer.
the very last page of his taxpayer.
Okay.
Is that number 16?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the amount I gotta pay to replace my deck with the drainage. And that's why the association imposed a $2,500 for the HOA to cover the ground and drainage. But I have to, that plus the deck itself is my responsibility, in addition to the $7,500. If there are all those items that I show on pages before that.
right. I get it. I got it. I got it.
I just wanted to make sure that you knew I was paying additional than the $7,500.
Right. And that's what I interpreted from the chart.
But also the deck is part of that 60%.
Yeah, it is.
Completion or incomplete.
Yeah, and I think it's covered there. Because it was the 4%. It was a 4%, it's 4% of,
27.
it's 4% of 327.
12,800.
That covered it.
Yeah.
Covered it. Because it's 11,124, one something for. So that covers it. So I'm good with 291,840.
Okay.
In your, I would point out just try to, you pulled it off the whole number. It's really the 4% off the 252, which represents 1008. But 1008 covers, that would cover.
It's 11,124.
Yeah.
I'm good with 291.
I'm trying to, not seeing it in my ancient eyes. From the property card. 240. I'm trying to get from the property card to the data that we're looking at here. Because you've got, it shows an improvement value on this sheet is 252, which adds up to the 327. I can't see the 252.
Oh,
Yeah, you have two neighborhood factors, one at 87 and one at 118. Those are multiplicative factors that pull it up to the 252. So they're neighborhood adjustments. So the cost element depreciated value is 245. Is that what you're asking? 245 to the 252?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are neighborhood factors. Those are market driven factors.
Fine print at the top of it.
Well, you got 87% Christopher Muller comes right?
Yeah, 87, and then you got
Oh,
118.
that 118 is the, okay.
Yeah. So if you take those both into account, there's a small, like 10 something.
Okay.
Yeah.
And tell me if we should address this afterwards, but I'd like to talk some more about this lien situation.
You have to render a value on this property, and you can.
Yeah, it's not going to affect
Okay.
the disposition of our finding on this property. It's more.
Okay.
Okay.
We're good with
291,840.
Okay. So on case ID 2021-94, property account 13482, when considering Q5, other things that the property owner has brought to the attention of the appraisal review board as far as particularly the outside condition of the condominium and its incompleteness, level of incompleteness at January 1 of 2021. I move that we lower the appraised value from $327,130 to $291,840.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. There's the answer. Mr. Adrian, do you understand?
Understand, guys.
Okay.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for y'all's time.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, our next case is in person. It's number 715. The owner name is different than the protester name. We put them down as future owners. I believe they bought the property, but we don't have it noted in our system yet.
Okay.
But if you want to ask them more about that, we certainly.
So just a point of order here. If the previous owners owned it January 1, now somebody else owns it, is it the previous owners only the previous owners that can protest?
I think it has the same, I'm not entirely sure, but I know that there is a precedent with like, an owner of a shopping center and a lessee, like somebody that owns one of the places gets to protest the value even though they're not the owner of the property.
Yeah, but
So it is, as of January 1, the owner, but apparently they just bought it or about to buy it.
I believe they have probably bought it. I can ask them, but when we entered the protest, we put it down as future owner, which would indicate that they are now the owners.
my understanding is what you were talking about only applies to lessees. So that if I'm the lessee and I'm paying the
Right.
taxes, then I can protest,
Right.
even though I don't own the property. But that's not, otherwise it's the owner.
Yeah.
Right,
So we have it in the system as future owner. I think we've asked this question of our attorney before, because the current protester will have a portion of the tax obligation in the year. Is that where it comes from?
here's section 41.412, person acquiring property after January 1st. A person who acquires property after January 1st and before the deadline for filing notice of the protest may pursue a protest under this subchapter in the same manner as a property owner who owned the property on January 1st.
There you go. That's
Perfect.
Thanks.
Thank you, Val.
I was sure we had run through the track, but I
Yeah.
couldn't remember where it was.
That's perfect.
Thank you, Val.
All right.
Thank you, Val.
She gets to start today.
If you're ready, I'll go ahead and I'll wait for Mr. Duck and then bring them back.
Sure.
What's the
7:15.
7:50? Let's wait for Mr. Duck and me.
Your turn. was the answer?
Answer is the new owner can protest up to the
January 1.
the May 28th deadline.
Well, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's, yeah. Basically, they can protest until the roll's certified.
12 months also. Oh, the whole year.
Like, a person that purchases it after January 1st has the right to protest up until the roll's certified in, I think that's what she read, up until July 25th or July 25th.
I see.
Yeah.
I was confusing the prorated amount that sometimes in a closing statement that you end up with.
Yeah, see, and that's another thing.
That's a whole different.
Yeah, it's a whole different deal. In Texas, taxes are not prorated, although it's a service that most title companies, they provide. Because everybody kind of agrees, they go, hey, these people had it for half the year, and these people had it for half the year. The bill is $1,200, each person gets $600. You know, they just generally agree.
I see.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
When we go in, the door, you're gonna sit at that. And our members,
Q2.
How you doing, folks?
This is Mr. and Miss Carmody. Hello.
Mr. and Miss. How you doing?
Yeah. Currency.
Very well. Hi.
Okay.
Fine, thank you. We have some administrative to go through. By the way, when did you buy this property?
28 May.
Okay. Okay. Well, there's a bit of the law that has to be. That's you. You meet the requirement. You bought it before the 28th of May.
Yes. Yeah.
So that works.
Yeah, we do.
Your name again?
Shirley and Bill Kermsey.
Carmody?
No,
Kermsey.
Kirmse. Kermsey.
Currency, okay. Very good. Now, we have some administrative I have to go through.
Okay.
Just follow along and I'll ask some questions along the way. We're opening a hearing on case number 2021-715, account 24796. This hearing is being recorded. For the appraisal review board, there will be hearing a protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using a survey form and email to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. We do appreciate it if you take it. Good or bad. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, document will be prepared with all the particulars and what you can do if you don't agree with this and sent out to you by snail mail. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is very important. Do we have all your evidence?
Okay, so I brought in prior to a packet, the letter with comps and so forth. And so I gave all that, yes. And then, and since then, well, we actually closed and then we brought more things today, a little bit more today.
The things you brought today, have they been given to the ladies out front to scan in?
No.
They must be.
Oh, nobody said I didn't.
They must be.
I'll take that then, and scan it.
Okay, so I have this.
So,
These. Bring them back, so I have something.
Oh, certainly.
I remember what I'm, okay. This is stapled together. And actually.
Okay,
No.
I will be back.
Okay, now, we're going to proceed with some swearing in, but we can't proceed with the actual hearing material until she finishes. And she'll tell us what she said. Okay?
took what? Your sheet?
Oh, that's all right. Now, we'll pass it around. Okay. ARB members who are considering your protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and will sign an affidavit to that effect when Val gets back. All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. You have the oath right there. Could you read that, please? Fill in your name where it's blank.
I, George Currency, do solemnly swear affidavit testimony or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Okay.
I, Shirley Ramsey, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
She'll also have a sheet of paper for you to put your signature on. To that effect.
We
Is that it?
I'm sorry?
No. I don't know if she's got it.
It's different.
It could have different names on
24796.
24796. Okay. And you should have one for each vote. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
Scotty, did you find one for Mike?
There's probably two people there.
Yeah, there's.
Yeah, claim point where or affirm that the testimony I will provide to the appraiser review board is true, correct?
The governor makes me ask this question. Do you have an appraiser's license? No. Okay, when we get started, you have a sheet of paper right up there that has the procedure that we'll follow. Okay? And you get to choose who goes first, you or the district. Who would you like to go first?
Oh,
I think we should go.
Okay, in that case, just be prepared. We can't do this until she gets back with the other, with the saying.
and we can talk together.
Okay, so if you go first, you can go ahead and go.
Well,
We
Charlie.
still have to wait for the
We
scan.
have, we have to wait for the evidence to be.
Here's it, just came.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. It's on the system.
Okay, we can start.
Yes.
Okey doke. So we purchased this property for $550,000. And we have, of course, 520. It was appraised for 535,820, and then shot up in 21 to 291 450 or whatever.
Right, I need that.
We need the light.
Oh, well, no, I also
Okay,
didn't tell the way I wrote that, but anyway.
It looks like
Um,
691, 480.
691, 480.
Oh, there we go. Now I can see. Thanks, sorry. Anyway, sorry, I have my notes. So anyway, I had some properties that sold down the street from this lot, 4/14/2020, and the lot on Bay Shore sold for $275. I also know that it just went under contract. It hadn't closed, but the list price was $395, but I don't forget what it closed for, but I know it was under that. And I have a sale on a lot at One Luau with a bay view. No, it's not on the bay, but sold for, right, One Luau. Sold for, yeah, 300. Also, I went back and, and then another one that sold December 22nd, 20 on the bay for 430. And then I went and pulled some data sheets from properties that I know very well because we lived for, well, anyway, we lived for 29 years on Hooping Crane. And I know, like I said, I know these properties, they face the bay. They have, a distant bay view, but anyway, yeah. Widest canal and deepest canal, basically one of them on Allegro. But like, for example, the square footage of this little bungalow that we bought is 1,040, 2-bedroom, 2-bath. Here's one that's on Hooping Crane, that in 2020, the land was assessed 3,072, and then 2021, it did not go up at all, 3,072. Then the total assessed value, that was just land, 404, 330, and 20, and then it went up to 42160. That's one of them. And then the square footage is quite a bit bigger as well on that property. And that one up square footage. Another one right there, actually the house that we lived in all those years, was in 2020, the land was 318,140, did not go up in 2021. Total assessment in 2020 was 493,840. and it didn't go up very much, 523, 660. And this is the 2,400 square foot, little over property. 2,400 compared to 1,040, I think is a pretty big, but the one that I think is really shows is, well, I did that. Yeah, this is too high. One that's almost, it's right, just about 4,000 square feet. It was next door to us on the other side, 3,970 square feet. In 2020, the lot was 383.40, did not go up in 21. House 621.80 went to 664.980. So here's a 4,000 square foot house right there about.
Lots of water.
Big water, big lot. Yeah, on a turning basin, and you can see the bay and the square footage. Like I said again, ours is about 1,040, and this is about 4,000. So.
Lots. And I might add that there was nothing distressed about this sale. It was a willing seller, a willing buyer, at an agreed price. And so also when we closed, we prorated the taxes on the 535. So we will be paying taxes. Hopefully, not more than 550.
Hold that thought. You'll be able to speak more later. Mike, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Sure. The only thing under protest is equity, not market value, but I think the subject property owners are bringing up market value in relation to its equity value. In cross, what I would say is that the subject property owner is a licensed realtor. She's well versed in what real estate sells for. I think that's a fair statement. I mean, she's
Well, we both are actually.
If you're experienced, you know the difference. You know what market value is. They understand what a good buy is. They understand what a poor buy is. They know that they're able to distinguish the differences. I was not able to find this listing at all. Was it listed?
It did not go into.
Okay,
MLS.
this is very important. For the record, subject property owner indicated that it was not listed. It was a willing buyer. It was a willing seller. But it was not on the market.
Not in MLS.
It was not on the market for a reasonable period of time. One of the definitions for market value was not exposed to all the market forces, meaning I didn't get a chance to buy it, and neither did anybody in Aransas County from the standpoint that it wasn't actively listed.
Okay.
Is that not true, or is it true? I'm asking.
Okay. So we had it in August. I told several people it was coming on the market.
You told people in your office that it was going on the market? Right.
And people next door on both sides, they knew about it.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And so, did you? So, I guess that's my point. The point is that the regular person didn't get an opportunity to apply their market forces to say, hey, wait, I'd like to do. What is the asking price? Well, 550. Well, then another person says, well, no, I'll go whatever, 575. Well, 600. None of that had the opportunity to play out, with the extension of what she just indicated. Maybe the guy to the left or the guy to the right, they had the opportunity to buy it, but it wasn't exposed to the full market. And that's my point. What's very important for this board to consider is that a market value transaction is one in which you have a property that exchanges for cash or cash equivalency, in which the buyer and seller are both fully informed
willing and working in their own best interest. All of those have been done, which is available on the open market for a reasonable period of time. That last little thing is super important. This property, although it exchanged, it's not a true exposed to the open market. Everybody had a shot at this property transaction. So, with that being said, I will go into my evidence. The only thing under protest, I'm going to go over both because I think we've got a lot of evidence of other sales that talk about market value. But the subject property is currently at 691 and change. It is a small bungalow. It's 1,075 square feet. The biggest attribute to this property is its land element right here. We've got $583,000. It's on Aransas Bay. It's on the same table that all of these other Aransas Bay tables on that east side of the street, basically. Moving forward, this is where it's at. This property right here, 24,796. Continue on. Now, these are the sales that we had in our hand at the time that we did our analysis. They weren't even the subject sale at all. And again, I pointed out this is that transaction was not exposed to all the market forces. The buyer and seller, the buyer is exclusively and infinitely aware of all market conditions, and they made a good purchase. Kudos to them. This one right here, 430. This is just vacant land. This is just a vacant land sale. Okay, that's on the same table that this one is. This one's a bays west. This is another house sale. So this is on the west side of the bay. It's not even on the bay. It's on the west side. That one sold for 702. Gives you a market value 703. Continue on. These are other just house sales that are there. This one's much better than the subject. This one is about the same class as the subject. The difference being here is the land element itself. That one renders a value of 756, 701. Understand this is not under protest at all. I'm just showing you the market value. Continue on. This is one on Bayshore Drive. Here's the equity grid. How do we appraise other properties that are on this FF 3200 Bay, which is the east side of the road? The subject is 1878 Bayshore. Down the street, 1868 Bayshore is appraised at 728,000 and change. When you compare it to the subject, these are both fives. That one's bigger than the subject. Renders a value of 768 and change. This one over here is 1806 Bayshore. Again, just down the road. It has a value of 673 and change. When compared with the subject property, there's a value of 726 and change. And this one also on that same Bayshore table has a value of 588 and change. It's probably the closest from the standpoint of the house, because it's 1900. Those others were, I think, were bigger, and this one's smaller for sure. But the biggest difference here again is that land element. It's on that front footage basis. So that renders a value of 726 that supports the value of 691 that we have on the subject. Furthermore, what I'd like to say is just in Key Allegro, how are we appraising in relation to all the sales? Now, of course, we have new information with the subject property sale today at 550. That was not in the sales ratio report. But there's 103 transactions. And of 103 transactions, we're at 99% of that sales ratio. We're doing pretty good in relation to the information that we have. That's what I got. Okay.
You have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then two more minutes for protest or rebuttal. So I'll give you 4 minutes timer.
Well, this wasn't a pristine property. Recently, were willing to sell it and we were willing to buy it. Because it needed quite a bit of work, which is something I can accomplish. People could not have gone there. We brought also pictures of pier that's destroyed, the dock along the water that's destroyed, the windows that were broken. Some work was done after Harvey, some was not. So, yeah, it might have gone on the market a little and maybe sold for a little higher, but once you get inspections and people looked at what needed to be done, I bet it would have been back at this price or maybe lower.
And we bought it totally as is, as it.
We did not require them to do anything, and we did our own inspection.
With a quick cash closing.
So, you know, you can point out, I can point out things like Robert Henderson's house at 9 Hooping Crane. And I'm sure you're very familiar with Henderson. It's 426, what it's appraised at. I mean, that's somebody's getting into somebody's pocket there.
When you bought, when this house in January the 1st, was it occupied?
1878 Nation?
Your house, the one you just
The one you
bought.
just bought.
Yeah,
Is it
oh,
occupied?
yes, second home, yes.
So it was occupied.
Well,
They come down a
They-
lot. I mean,
they are-
it's a second home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Little.
And it's not considered tear down.
not considered. Well, it depends. I mean, what do you think? I've seen houses torn down.
Not just 1,000 square foot house.
Yeah,
They show them.
and yes, if it sells later on, it would probably be taken away. It's a small house. For the property.
So at some point, it would have no value.
Correct. AC, all of that rusted out because of underwater. The aluminum sliding glass door rusted out.
But these
And
are
the
normal things you
seawall,
contend with
and
when
the
you're on the water.
seawall is starting to fail.
These are things you contend with when you're on the water, you expect that, right? I lived on the water for 10 years.
We lived on the water 38 years. I'm still like, yeah.
You know,
I'm very aware of what goes on and what can happen.
Anything else?
That might be it for me.
Okay. 30 seconds left. Mike, can you have 2 minutes for district rebuttal?
Yeah, what I would say is that I suspect that there are some things that are deficient with a originally 1974 built house on the water. I'm sure there are some things that are deficient. What I would point out is that the only thing under protest is equity, and no evidence of any of the deficiencies was presented by the property owner. Although they could testify to what those things are, to quantify them would be another matter entirely. There's no doubt that this property, they're under oath indicating, and they have evidence that this transacted or exchanged at 550. My biggest thing is that it does not meet all the conditions of market value forces. Both property owners are very well versed in real estate, and they know something when they see something, and they got something. No doubt they have work to do in front of them, and they have decisions to make according with the property, but that's yet to be decided. The only thing under protest is equity. That's all I would say.
Okay. So you have 1 minute to close. Any final thoughts you'd like to tell us?
Pay taxes.
We've been on the island.
Many houses. We'd like to protesting, but I've kind of given up over the last few years. This is too much. You know, it's gotten to be too big a deal to face you guys and to try to come in and explain that if you're going to make money in the county, you have to know how to make money and what you can do. In real estate and bidding is what I've done. So if I'm going to be taxed out of it, then why should I try? And then why would you get the taxes of all these properties over the last 40 years from somebody who's supported this town and played by the rules, basically?
All right. Okay. Mike, you got a minute?
Yeah, all I would say is that the only thing in the protest is equity. The equity grid that I have for properties that are on the same side of the street support the value that we have. If the property owner discussed deficiencies in the home, there's not much value in the home to begin with. In relative to the whole thing, I mean, most of the values in the lands. But if they wanted to go down that list, there was no evidence provided, but they wanted to testify to that.
Were we supposed to provide that?
You don't have to provide anything you don't want to, but you
No,
testify.
I don't remember seeing anything that we were supposed to provide, like maybe new steps or new bulkhead.
You didn't. You can provide any evidence that you wanted to. You just testified that, hey, there's some deficiencies, that there was no evidence or anything provided to back that up. There's no estimate. That's all. I'm just making this statement.
Okay. All right, we have 5 minutes for our deliberation.
That's very important because the two things that could help here is if you had evidence with numbers for the deficiencies, or if it had been exposed to the market for some period of time, just your acquaintances with the market, those things would have played into it.
Yeah, I didn't see that in the protest.
Right.
Yeah, I have no issue with the land value. The land value is probably right on, but the structure is. Yeah, the structure is terrible. Yeah,
It is what it is. The district has shown that from an equity standpoint, the 691,480 is supported, and it was not an open market sale. Any other comments? Okay. So I'm gonna motion then on case ID 2021-715, count 24796. When considering appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal, equity value contested, that we leave the value at $691,480.
Second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No. Okay. Let the record show 3 ayes, 1 no.
Who seconded?
Yeah.
Scott seconded.
Scott.
All right. That does it.
So what's the next move? Because I'm not gonna.
You can appeal. You can appeal. Hire a lawyer.
There's arbitration and or suit. There's arbitration or suit.
That paperwork comes in the certified mailing with your notice.
Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, I want to go for that. All right. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
o'clock, you know, like 3 o'clock, but around 4, probably got some people coming in.
So was anything ever discussed about the lien situation with condos?
We had a couple, or at least one case yesterday, but it was not asked about today.
But I don't think there was any dispensation with the lien necessary.
Yeah, with Mark.
It was-
Nobody loves us.
That's not. It's okay. I have a whole desk full of people that don't love me, so my monitor's still full.
I got a question of a general nature.
Yeah.
If you're gonna go to arbitration next, does that involve going to Austin?
I don't know.
Or can that be done locally?
I want to say you have to, that's not local.
Okay.
Yeah,
It wouldn't be local?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
I don't know for 100% sure, but I wouldn't see it would. I mean, I wouldn't, I don't know.
I've never had to get a hold of anything like that. Usually you get a handle within the district.
Mm-hmm. There are some people that do go. We have a handful of people that go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
But we
now.
don't handle
I've
it.
heard of it
Yeah,
before.
we don't handle it from outside of this room. The attorneys, it goes to the attorneys. Mhm. Now, I know they're involved through Zoom when the meetings go on. I just don't know where they're at. I know they're not here.
Okay.
And Mike and Eamon, I think, they had a bunch of commercial ones that ended up going. And they were in Zoom meeting with our attorney,
Okay.
the district, and then the taxpayer.
I was just thinking out loud.
I mean, Zoom, I'm assuming that everyone was at their current location, you
Yeah,
know?
yeah. Because if you had a $100,000 discrepancy,
Yeah.
2% of that is tax, $2,000. At least I would. I'd kind of go, yeah, I would drive to Austin for $2,000.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
You know, so.
I wouldn't try to Austin.
Yeah.
You know, it's amazing. I didn't know as much as I do now about taxes and stuff when I didn't work here.
Well, the lawyers could have cost you the $2,000 on that situation.
Mhm.
I mean, it's more than $2,000.
Yeah, I don't know.
Don't you have to put up $500 or something before you even?
I think they do. They have to pay some kind of fee, and I want to say it's non-refundable, right?
Okay, yeah. We
I
can
don't
start.
know whether it's refundable or
Well,
not.
I guess I'm gonna have to go back to my desk and
That makes
research
sense,
that.
But you
because-
gotta put up some front.
Yeah, you do have to
I'm
put
a
up
little
some
bit of a
money.
neophyte in all of this. So I'm still-
Well, I am too. That's why I was asking the question is what happened? What happens next? Yeah.
You make friends and influence people.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people walk out of here and maybe say that it will, but once they find out what it's involved, it's a lot. It's
Yeah,
not
yeah, that's what I'm
something easy.
thinking. Is
Yeah.
and it should be. I mean,
Yeah.
And isn't there a minimum amount of
I thought it was
value of the
pretty
property?
That's the one you can ask right there.
Oh, what's that?
Oh, she comes back and says, well,
They go to arbitration, don't they, put some money in front?
Yes. And then if they are closer to the value that the arbitrator comes up with, then we pay the money. If it's the other way around, then they don't get any of their money back. So the comptroller kind of like holds it in a trust.
Okay.
And then I think it's like $50 that they just don't get back at all.
and where is that done?
Through the comptroller's office is where all that's set up.
So,
Well, like the hearings, where are they at?
Oh, it could be by phone or in person.
Okay.
The last few have
in
been.
Austin.
No, they appointed, that Austin is kind of like the clearinghouse for it, but they match up the arbitrator with the case. Then the arbitrator reaches out to us and to the person who's protesting and sets up the time and all of that.
Okay. So
That
from
would be
here,
evidence. Well, it could be. Typically, it's by telephone.
got it. Okay, I'm just curious.
It's wherever the arbitrator decides. And we've had arbitrators that are local here from Rockport and then from other places, so. It's whatever the comptroller's office assigns.
Okay.
We do have one
And I would
phone
assume
in.
the arbitrator would be like a retired judge or
Mm-hmm.
something.
Yeah.
Something.
Yes, but.
What's the case?
It's gonna be case 322.
Oh.
It says Zoom, it's Zoom or phone.
He found in, I don't know, I mean, probably just a sign in. We'll see if he's in the waiting room.
There's nobody in the way.
Okay. I'll check on it and get back.
A neighbor.
Well, we have a minute. Can I ask about this? Because this is gonna come up again, I'm sure, this lien thing.
Yes.
Oh.
Go ahead.
There's the constitutional lien, and of course, what was presented yesterday is one thing. I would like something a little more definitive than a sale that went through, because you're believing that it was caught, so to speak.
You almost need just a lien to be filed, so there'll be a filing. Have a date on that, so you can know, rather than, I don't agree with it, or it was probably there. I mean, you got.
And I don't know if those things can
We're in the
slip
middle.
through in the closing, right, where there's a constitutional lien that nobody happens to encounter or figure out.
Okay. Well, this group here is stuck in the middle.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yesterday we took his word for it, and today we took his word for it, so.
Yeah. I would guess that a title company, I don't know this, but I would guess that that's just one of the things that a title company would check
Mm-hmm.
for,
They should,
before
that's their
closing.
job.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that they did.
Or it got caught.
Yeah,
Or
or it got caught,
That's
right.
true, yeah.
So there ought to be, I would hope that there's some other definitive documentation that talks to the specifics of the lien,
Yeah.
when it was filed, what is.
No, this is gonna be phone.
Got
He had put down Zoom, but he preferred us to do phone.
Which one is it?
It-
322?
Yes, and it is Mr. Flores, Fred Flores, that you'll be talking to. He's, I believe, the agent for Charles Forster. Are you ready for me to dial?
Sure.
Okay.
Which case number?
322.
This is right, Gordon.
Hi, this is Charles Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you today?
That's fine, thank you.
We have some administrivia to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. If you just follow along with me, I'll have some questions for you near the end. We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-322, account number 20334. This hearing is being recorded. With the Appraisal Review Board, they will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the Appraisal District Office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Mr. Forrest, I'm assuming that you're under oath for the duration of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
As you signed the affidavit?
Yes.
Okay. Mike?
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Ms. Forrest, are you a licensed appraiser?
No, not.
Okay. Do you have access to or have in your hand the hearing procedure times chart that was sent out with the package?
Yes.
Okay. So you get to choose whether you go first or whether the district goes first.
The district can go first.
Okay.
And the subject property is in Harbor Oaks. It is, let me go up here, let's see.
Q2.
Yeah, the only, Forester is Q1, right?
Yes, Forrester's
Q1.
Yeah, market value. Market value is under protest. Subject property is 2007 Crescent Drive. It's class 6 SS standard siding home, 6S plus. Currently has a valuation of 722 and change. The subject property was a sale this last year, sold for less, sold for 620 in almost a year ago, 6 of 20 for 625,000. The only thing under protest is market value, so we're going to go over that grid. You'll see on the grid, the very first property is the subject to sale itself, but it wasn't the only one that sold in Harbor Oaks that's relevant to the market value. You'll see that that one has no adjustments because it sold for 625. Also, another one on Crescent, the next comp is sold for 545. That one is smaller than the subject. You can see that there's it doesn't have as big as a land element as the subject, so there's a valuation, a modification there. There's an adjustment of 170,000. So that one renders a value of 779. The subject property has a bigger land element than that does. If you move on, what we have as well is you have on comp number 3, you have another sale, and this one's on Harbor Court, and that one sold for 869. Now, that's a class 6 as well as the subject. It's bigger than the subject, but again, it does not have as nice a land element as the subject has, and therefore there's adjustments for that. That one renders a value of 727 and change. Comp number 4 is on Harbor Court as well. This one is this one's just a house that's an interior house. It's just another comp that we have in there. That one's sold for 385. That just tells you, like, if you have an off-water house, what that one goes for. There's a huge adjustment there. It's not as relevant as the first 3 sales. Equity was not protested, therefore it won't be discussed here. So we'll move on to this, continue past the equity grid. And then this is the house itself. A really good buy at a time that the market was kind of opening back up in June of last year. And it sold for $626,000. These are some interior pictures of the property right here, and continue on here, there, and there. What are sales ratio report of Harbor Oaks? There is, continue all the way to the end of Harbor Oaks sales ratio report, and there is 38 total sales. We have a 104 overall in our weighted mean here. Is the subject property sale relevant to the subject property? Yes. Even if it's lower, it's relevant. Is it thrown into the mix? Absolutely. Is it one of many? Absolutely. We have a value of 722. Is that subject sale relevant? Yeah. 625 is what it sold for. Are there other sales? Yes, there are other sales. I think that's a good purchase price at 625. That's all I got.
Okay. You have, protester has 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'll give you 7 minutes on the timer here.
Okay, I don't need that much time. The only thing I'm facing on as far as the, to get purchases for 625, and we submitted the HUD one as far as the closing price for that amount. So that's basically what we're asking for, to commence the 625.
Okay, anything else you'd like to say?
Okay.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. All right, Mike, you've got then 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, on cross-examination, when you purchased it, had it been on the market for a long time? Do you know, or?
No, I do not know as far as how long it's been on the market, so I didn't have that information. I do know he did need, I didn't get much more information. He did say he did need some work that he needed to put into it, but he didn't give me that basically as well.
So was it a cash purchase, or was it pretty quick on your side?
He did as far as, I don't think he needed financing. So I believe it was a cash purchase.
I'm sorry, are you Mr. Foster?
No, I believe it was a cash purchase.
Okay, so you're the agent representing the Mr. Foster?
No, I do not. As far as I'm actually a CPA and I am a real estate broker in San Antonio, but not based in the area.
Okay. Do we have an appointment of agent for the subject property owner?
I don't see one.
So you're not Mr. Foster?
No, I'm his agent.
We do.
Huh? We have an appointment of agent?
Charles Foster,
You have an appointment of agent? Who does it list?
Fred Flores.
Are you Fred Flores?
Yeah, yes, I'm Fred Flores.
We do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Did
I'm
y'all
doing
make
that
that
today.
early?
I mean, I have
Missed
that.
I think Valden, May 10th is when it was submitted.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I've been addressing him as.
okay. I missed it. I'm sorry. That's what I get for missing it.
This is more difficult on the cell phone. I understand. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's all right.
it's my fault. Okay, so you don't know any of the details of the transaction. Yeah, I don't have anything else for the cross.
Okay. If you would like it, Mr. Flores, you got 2 minutes for rebuttal. Otherwise, we'll just go straight to closing.
Okay, I'm going to closing.
Okay. Mike, you go first. 1 minute.
In closing, what I would say is that the property did transact for $625. It appeared to be on the open market, meaning it was exposed to all market forces. Is it relevant to the market value? Yeah. It's about a year old. Some things have gone on between that time and now in that Harbor Oaks area. And there's other sales that indicate that the market value is actually even higher than what the purchase price was. That's all I got. The sales ratio indicates that we're where we need to be for those number of transactions in there.
Okay. So Mr. Flores, if you want it or need it, you have 1 minute for final closing.
That's fine.
Okay.
No, sorry.
All right, so 5 minutes for us to deliberate.
This sale took place on 6/22 of 2020.
Yeah.
The ones that took place after it appear to be much higher.
Yes. So it
9/8/2020.
seems to me there might be two things going on. One, the market's going up a lot, and two, I think the homeowner probably made a really good deal on this house because it might have needed some work or remodeling.
Yeah, we don't know what the inside looked like.
Or seriously motivated seller.
Or a seriously motivated seller. Yeah, there is some pictures of the inside here.
Are there pictures?
Yep, for the listing. I mean, it's a nice looking house inside.
Which
On
folder
the
is that?
ACAD
ACAD
evidence.
evidence?
Yeah. I mean, a little dated. It's got some tile flooring, Spanish tile flooring, but yeah, overall a good looking house.
Oh, yeah, I remember this. I remember this place. Yeah, with all those windows on. No. I say it's where it is.
Yeah, I mean, the market's it's come up. I mean,
Yeah, well, where do you
showed
draw
that.
the line? In terms of,
Well, I looked at the
Date on the
sales,
sales.
I looked at sales after the 6/20 date.
and, well,
I thought they were coming up. They were more, when adjusted, of course, because some of them are not the same.
here's the same picture.
You're right at the top, Scott.
No, I'm looking at the sales ratio report because it shows up in the sales ratio report and with a ratio of 1.15. And there are some others. So is the sales date? Mike, is the sales date shown in the sales ratio report?
Yes.
Okay.
It's typically the sale date is, so it, like if you start from the left, it goes sale, buyer, seller, sale date.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
In 4-point font, got it.
Sorry about that.
That's not your fault. You didn't craft the report. So. Let's see. Yeah, these are all. 10/18. Six 625.
Yeah, which is way less than last year's.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not up that much, the
Right.
appraisal of the value.
Right. I accept. I mean, because I agree with what you're saying because I'm looking at the sales ratio report and it's showing sales after that date closer to the ratio. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just kind of caught on the cusp, so to speak. And
Okay.
Bill, what do you think?
I don't really anything to dispute it.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-322, account number 20334. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, that the 2021 appraised value of $722,730 remain the same.
Second.
In favor? Aye. Okay. Stays the way it is.
Thank you, Fred.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, our last case of the day is 326. It was originally supposed to be a phone, I believe, but they did not call. They have turned in their affidavit.
Case 326?
Yes, 326, Abrego is the last name.
Yeah, I got on
Seen
page
it.
5. Top of page 5.
I don't see the.
Top of page 5.
It was part of the 130 docket.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Is it part of 130 docket?
Yeah.
Yep.
Is that when it was supposed to be heard?
Well, maybe so, but they didn't call in, and so it's affidavit.
Oh, it was an affidavit that needed to be read.
They indicated they were going to call in, I believe. Does it say phone on there?
It says phone.
Okay, so, but they did not, so we need to hear it by affidavit.
See the account number?
60350.
There is evidence.
They have evidence, 4 pages.
Okay, I see the evidence.
And the affidavit came in by the 1:30 time?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's been in.
So, just for the record, this one does have the checkbox that says, I intend to appear by telephone for the hearing. This affidavit and its evidence submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. So that, we're reading it at this point.
Okay, and the only thing that's checked is other, over 65 and veteran.
Better.
Ooh, okay. Right?
Okay.
Okay.
There's no exemptions. That's important.
Yeah.
Okay.
You all set?
We're ready to start the hearing.
Okay. We're opening case ID, hearing on case ID 2021-326, account 60350. This is a hearing by affidavit. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4160.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
District representative will now read the affidavit into the record.
Okay. With respect, there's some evidence that's submitted by the subject property owner that we will not display because it's kind of confidential in nature, but it's in your tablet so that each one of you can look at that evidence as I read along, okay? So Jackie, just be careful
I will.
with the driver's license.
I saw it.
Property owners affidavit of evidence 2021, Felix Abrego, 440 Merrick Circle, Richardson, Texas 75081. Phone number is attached there. There's an email attached there. 302 South Cassuth, Rockport, Texas 78382. The only thing under protest is other, over 65 and a veteran. There's 2 pages attached. The checkbox is, I intend to appear by telephone conference call for the hearing. This affidavit or its evidence submitted with it may be used at the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. If you decide later to appear by telephone and call, you must provide written notice to the ARB at least 10 days before the hearing end date. Submit your evidence with an affidavit if not previously done. Signed in the County of Dallas, Felix Abrego. There's 5 pages or images attached on the 4th day of May 2021 in front of Alan Wise. On the next page, you can see in your tablet that there's a driver's license there. Please note the location of the driver's license indicates a Richardson, Texas address. This is, okay. The next is the service. This is like a DD 214 form. It's a certificate and release of discharge from active duty from the Air Force document. And then beyond that is just the protest appraisal form, which says other over 65. It's the same thing in the protest. And that's all the evidence that the subject property owner has presented. Okay, the subject property owner is not here for us to cross-examine. Although when I look at these evidence packages, I'm typically looking for number 1 or 2, which is sales or equity. When it's something different, I said, what's the deal? You know, like who talked to this person and what's it about? You can see that on my evidence right here, and just make it bigger. Yeah. Okay, owner has a current homestead and over 65 exemption in another county. So they're applying for an exemption in this county. I don't even know, I don't have it on record, but I would not accept it. Furthermore, they provided evidence with their driver's license in the other county. So there's nothing else for me to do. I would not, if they did it again today, I would not accept it. Because you can only have one homestead exemption in the state.
And the veterans exemption is attached to the homestead exemption.
Right, for sure. I mean, there's different ratings, DD1, DD2, DD3, and then there's the total disabled that, but you only get it tied to your residence homestead. You can have a DB1 outside of that, but I don't have an application on the file for that. So to the best of my knowledge, I've not denied this person anything.
I have a question. So your cover sheet there says owner has current homestead over 65 and over 65 exemption in another county. So you verified that in Dallas County?
I think I had one of the appraisers look at it. Okay. So that's the evidence that I know. That's congruent with their evidence that they have a driver's license that's actually in that other county. So for me to just say, yes, I empirically know that they have, no, I had an appraiser look at it, check it. Yeah. That's the best evidence that I have.
Seems like a slam dunk.
So,
yeah,
as a matter of course, and this is a hypothetical, if he was a resident here, what would the effect be? In other words, and I mean, you mentioned that there is some application that he should have filed, which you don't have.
I don't have anything on record.
Right.
Can you check just to make sure that we don't have anything, or do we have denial in the, here, let me go look. I just want to make sure that.
And he's got an application for the exemption.
Because I get applications that come in all the time.
There's no exemption file, nothing in images. Photos, questionnaire.
Okay, so typically in the file, we have exemption applications and we'll go into events just to see that there's no denial. Typically we would have a denial letter if we had an application on file. So I just looked and there's no application and there's no denial because I don't have an application. But if I received an application and that was the driver's license provided, I would send a denial letter immediately.
And just as a hypothetical, if you did have the application and it was for Aransas County, is the only action to take to accept the request for exemption, and that's it?
No, I would deny it based on, because part of the application is the driver's license.
I'm trying to get a hypothetical through here.
Okay, gotcha.
Because I want to understand, if something like this came up again, what is it we're supposed to do? Or what action is supposed to take place as a result of this, right? I mean, there's no value protested or that kind of stuff. So the protest is effectively that he potentially didn't have an exemption that he thinks he should have.
Yes, that's what he's claiming, is that he's over 65 and a veteran and should have an exemption. Did I not?
Yeah, I'm trying to be hypothetical. You're trying to be real.
Okay. I'm gonna try it one more time.
I understand.
Okay.
So the only action to take is that if it were hypothetically true that he did have the application, he was in Aransas County, and he's saying, I need this exemption, then the only action to take is to grant the exemption if those conditions were met.
Right.
Okay, I'm fine.
Well, it's not entirely true. You can't grant the exemption. You would direct me to say, it looks like you should grant the exemption. You know, we move that there's no value change, but that this, you know, we say that the chief should grant the exemption.
Right, I understand. Okay, I'm just trying to learn here. Thank you.
These are super rare, by the way.
Super rare?
Rare. You don't get these claims sold. I mean, what? 1 out of a couple thousand? Yeah.
Okay, should I make the motion then?
Yes.
So on case ID 2021-326, account number 60350, heard by affidavit, considering Q5 other, where the property owner requested a over 65 and veteran exemption. I move that we not grant that exemption because the property owner does not reside permanently in Aransas County.
And has its homestead exemption.
And has his homestead exemption and over 65 exemption in presumably Dallas County, where his primary home in Richardson, Texas is.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
See if they've got any letters that we've got yet to read, and any other business that y'all want to finish up before. Because I think that's it for hearing.
Husband and wife. You take homestead exemption in Dallas County, and your wife takes a homestead exemption in Aransas County. You can't do that without getting divorced.
Is that a true fact? Because I've pondered to do that with our place in Brooklyn.
Okay.
Because
You don't have to get divorced.
our homestead exemption, and it probably would be easier, well, I don't know if it's easier one way or the other to say whether she takes the exemption or I take the exemption in Brooklyn. I mean, here locally, we have a homestead exemption. And I don't know if since my name might be first or.
Need to separate that.
Yeah, y'all can't both be on it.
Okay,
That has to be separate.
Right.
okay.
So each
And you can
person
separate it
Stay
without
on their own.
having to get divorced?
I think I know if you're not married, each of you gets a 50%.
Yeah.
If you're married, one of you can claim the homestead at 100%. But you can't be married and you have a homestead here and your wife have a homestead there. I don't think so.
Sorry, I got tied up on the phone.
Mike.
That's it for
If you're
today.
married, and you claim your homestead here, Can your wife do the homestead?
Tomorrow morning at
No.
8:30?
You're a corporate,
Yeah.
you're a corporate one entity at that point.
Mhm.
So you can only claim one and your wife has to be under yours, or you have to be under your wife's, only
Mhm.
one homestead.
And there's no way to split you and your wife without short of getting divorced.
You have to get it, you have to be a separated marriage, you have to be a single person.
Okay.
Bill, let me ask you a question. Are you gonna be here all next week?
That's yet to be determined, but it probably will only be one day.
Okay,
I don't have an answer for you right now. I can't let you know tomorrow.
I have a doctor's appointment at 11 o'clock on Monday. I'll probably be back, I may even be back before lunch is over.
It won't be Monday, I don't think.
Okay. Because
Kathy's gone for 2 weeks or just this week?
Just this week.
Okay.
theoretically, just this week. But I have not talked to her about specifics of next week yet.
So,
Yeah. There was a question that you had.
no,
Okay.
I think we kind of resolved it. Didn't we? Can you do both?
I can do both.
Okay. We just need to work on getting you get the sheet. It didn't come off the table. You actually tried to get it off too. While you were gone yesterday.
Jumping up,
Oh.
and, okay.
Because after all this time, you still didn't have the damn time memorized.
So at this point, are you all adjourned?
Oh, yeah, we
yeah.
have to do something,
don't
Move that we adjourn this meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.